Maybe I'd bring it.
A hoodie?
Can everyone online hear us now?
Yes, very good.
Excellent.
So we're going to get started out. I'll hand it off to Secretary Strickland to welcome everyone, and then we'll go through the agenda.
So first off, is everybody hear me, see me? Am I looking at the camera?
Yes, you are looking
Hi,
at
everybody in camera land. Those in the back, say hi. To the video table, I say hi. More than anything, I say to all of you, thank you for what you've done with the school council and what I think we have the potential to do in the future. I was thinking about the last couple of days, what is it I say to this group, I motivate you. And I'm not 100% sure because the problem is so large, so challenging, it's almost overwhelming. And if we go around the room, which I hope at some point we have the opportunity, probably more afternoon, to hear from each and every one of you what it is your expectations are of this group as it moves forward. I think that's really important. But understand that's going to be massive, and it's going to be in all kinds of different disciplines, and how do we approach it collectively and get our recommendations, which is important, recommendations to our legislature, really who we are responsible for. Understand as we go through the next 2 days that in the advisory group, we have no regulatory authority, we can't write necessarily policy. It's strictly an advisory group. You do have some influence on several departments within the state, but again, it's an advisory group. So keep that in your focus and your understanding as we go. And finally, I can't say enough about what this group has done in 4 short years. One, we're coming out of and still in COVID when it started, and you were given a legislative charge with a short fuse, but a very short fuse to have a report out. That's right, a report out, and you did it. And then you had another 12 months to do another report, and then you had another 12 months to do the third report. To me, in state government, that's phenomenal. That a group of volunteers came together, worked together, and produced 3 years worth of reports, and addressed the legislative mandate that was presented to them from our state legislature. So hats off to each and every one of you for what you've done. I mean that. Bottom line, I really mean it. Because food is still a challenge in this state. Challenge in the nation. Food insecurity is leaving people behind. We have a governor who says that on a daily basis. We have children in this state who do not get nutritional food. The governor says that every day. So you have the opportunity to continue pushing forward. Prioritize, identify and prioritize what it is we need to push to the legislature as well as to our administration. So with that, I will close with simply thank you. I will be with you all day today. Tomorrow is questionable because of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and I need to go and head some stuff with that, to say the least. But when you get into your discussion in the afternoon, I have every intention of getting in the truck and calling in so that I can hear and share with you. So again, thank you very, very much. And I got to stop for 1 second and say too that we have kind of changed hands at the Department of Emergency Management, where we have finally, again, thanks to the legislature. I really do. Sometimes you're a little, but you're good. You're good. the state of Maryland. And if you look across the spectrum of what states have done nationwide with resilience, it has focused primarily and solely on climate adaptation, climate related. And we said in Maryland that yes, that's obviously one of our number one concerns. And from an emergency management perspective, our number one risk that we deal with all the time, the hazard that we deal with is flooding. So it is environmental, no arguments there. Our number two risk though today is cyber. And probably our number three, if we were really looking at it seriously, is food insecurity. So, you know, we're where we should be with all of that. But again, we kind of looked around and saw how other people were doing it. We said, you know, we're going to focus on an all hazards resiliency office. So we have been able to finally build that office out. My kid sits here today who introduced his folks that are part of that new office. They will be taking the heavy burden off of Brittany, who has been heavily involved with that, and Hannah over the last 3 years. And I want to thank both of them because the other duties as assigned. All right. And in the emergency management world, we're getting one heck of a lot of that other duties as assigned every day because the bridge collapses. Anyway, a special thanks to them, and we'll be trying to build a transition of staffing for this as we move forward. But again, from the bottom of my heart, thank each and every one of you, and look forward to your participation, and let's keep moving Maryland forward. So thank you.
So thank you, Secretary Strickland, for welcoming everybody and opening the conversation. So this is a two-day forum. Our goal today is more of information sharing, learning, spurring some ideas for tomorrow. Tomorrow, our plan is that we start talking about priorities moving forward for the rest of 2024 and into 2025 going forward under the Office of Resilience and with your new coordinators and staff, but also to give everyone an opportunity to recenter on what the statute says and what our objectives and priorities need to be moving forward. So today, I am going to do an abbreviated version of what we're going to do. I'm already taking roll as we speak, most people in the room as well as online, so that we don't get too far behind. But I do want to introduce two new folks that we do have, or these new faces that we do have.
So the next line is just tomorrow.
Yes, so we do have two new appointed members. So we have JD Robinson, who is online, I believe. JD, would you like to come off of mute and introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. JD Douglas Robinson. I'm the Senior Program Associate for SNAP at Maryland Hunger Solutions. I'm joining virtually today, but I'll be there in person tomorrow. Really looking forward to this meeting today and tomorrow, and the rest of the year. Really excited to see what this group can do.
Thank you. Welcome. And then we have Dr. Karki, and he's in person here in the room. Good morning. So to keep us on schedule.
Did you want to say more, Dr. Karki?
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Strickland, for this opportunity. I'm really excited that this team and looking forward to contribute if possible. I'm always available to help you and anything. And I'm right there to that issue on.
So you'll move into our first guest speaker. We have Lauren here. She is a research associate with MIT, and her what she's been especially focused on is supply chain, and as it relates to emergency management and food. And so I will let her take the floor, and we'll get our presentation started.
quick housekeeping question.
Absolutely.
Is there a password to the guest network?
So password to Wi-Fi is on the desk, right there.
Thank you.
But it's
And
not
while-
guests, just CBEC, not the guest.
It's not, yeah. And then, for those who don't know, arrived late, we do have coffee, tea, and water in the back. Bathrooms are out this door and to your left at the end for men and women.
CBEC. No, not the, not the, not.
Brittany, everybody in the room knows it.
Sorry, everyone, we're just working out the screen share. Okay, put it up. So you know what? I think if I'm
You're missing on that presentation. Good to go. I just posted the vision.
Okay, so I don't know why it's still showing my screen.
And if you're gonna have to show your level. Yeah, pull up the letter. But don't.
Yours is showing. I think it's because it's like. Sorry, everyone, we're seeing on our screen the wrong.
I think it's,
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you everyone online. And thank you for letting us know about the sound. Just so everyone knows, the people online aren't able to hear anyone who's like on that side of the room very well, unfortunately. So we'll have to enunciate.
you just have to speak up if you're sitting farther away from the mic. That's all we're asking. The fans are being turned off.
We're working on it.
Yeah, you can project, so we can hear back.
Well, I was going to start with that's not my strong suit, but I will do my best to project. Hi everyone, I'm Lauren Finnegan. I am a research associate in the MIT Humanitarian Supply Chain Lab. We're part of the Center for Transportation and Logistics at MIT. You're probably wondering why I'm in Maryland. I actually live in Maryland, and I work remotely for MIT. I went to grad school there, but my family is here. So when I was called back to work there, I said, you know, I live in Maryland and I'm going to stay there for now. So, so that's a little bit about me. Most of my background is in emergency management. I worked for FEMA for a number of years, and I've worked in just in general emergency management space. And right now, I'm approaching that from the supply chain side. So what I'm going to talk to you about today, I think it's a little bit different. It's not all about food, but I hope that I can convey some of the lessons learned that we've learned about supply chain resilience in general to problems related to food. So next slide. Okay, maybe just that. So a little bit about the center. So I sit in the MIT Center for Transportation and Logistics. Our focus is really on applied applications of our research. So we do that through three main channels. We have a research arm, we have engagement with private sector companies, and we have a master's program. So we also educate students in supply chain management. This is just a little bit more details about those things that we do. I am part of so our lab is part of the research, one of the research labs. We have 60 plus faculty and researchers across MIT, and we sit actually within the Department of Civil Engineering. So, yeah, next slide, sorry. And our lab is, this is just like a bunch of the different areas of focus that we have in the center. I highlighted, I sit in the humanitarian supply chain lab. We focus on meeting human needs after crisis via supply chain, solving supply chain questions. Next slide. And a little bit of background, our lab was founded in 2010 after the Haiti earthquake. And since that time, we've been engaged in research everywhere from Sandy, domestically to internationally, with Ebola and other crises internationally. Next slide. And more recently, I think the mic far down there, yeah. And more recently, in the last couple of years, I've been with the lab, I've been back with the lab for the last 3 years. A lot of our work has been with FEMA's logistics management division, and we've been focusing on domestic supply chains resilience. So we've looked at Harvey, Irma, and Maria, and then many of the disasters since on a national scale. Next slide. So today I'm going to talk to you about a couple things. The first, I hope to convey to you why it matters to understand supply chains. I am sure that each of you approaches supply chains from a different angle and has your own why. So I'd like to share my why with you. Then I'm going to go through a couple of case studies talking about fuel, then food, and then personal protective equipment. We'll talk a little bit about the role of public-private coordination, and finally I have a couple of discussion questions to get everyone involved. Next slide. So why supply chains? In our research in the past couple of years and beyond, we've realized that it's important to understand how supply chains function to make decisions when things go wrong in a crisis, or even in every day when things go wrong. Understanding the system and understanding how the supply chains function that deliver you the goods and services that you need is important to make decisions when things go sideways. And this foundational belief came in part out of a study that we participated in after the 2017 hurricane season, Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria. Actually, the supply chains in many of those places were surprisingly resilient, but what complicated the situation was a lack of understanding of the supply chains, and so you had bottlenecks emerging where regular supplies couldn't get in because relief supplies were clogging up the ports and the systems that would normally operate to deliver those goods. So there was the National Academies convened a consensus study, and we were part of that study. And on the next slide, I'll talk about a couple of recommendations from the study. There were 4 main recommendations, but today I'm going to focus on recommendation number 2, which is to build a system-level understanding of supply chain dynamics as a foundation for effective decision support. So that just means kind of understand where things are coming from and how the supply chain that affects you operates so that you can make decisions. Okay, so the first case study that I'll be talking you through is the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack. Secretary Strickland just mentioned cyber being a big risk. We were brought in by FEMA to do a study on the cyber attack and a study on actually the national fuel system following the cyber attack. And what I hope to focus on with this part of the discussion is how we used building a system understanding to understand levers on what you could do if something goes wrong in the fuel system. And I will, as we talk through this, I'll make references back to the food supply chain and the food system and how these lessons learned can relate to the food system. So first, a little bit of background on the Colonial Pipeline. It's hard to see, but it runs from eastern Texas up to the northern end of New Jersey and into a little bit of New York. It's represented here by the thin blue line. So it delivers fuel to a large portion of the country. It's a big deal. And when the cyber attack happened, the pipeline was shut down in May of 2021. The pipeline was shut down for, I think, 5 days in total. They stopped operations before they ultimately paid the ransom and restarted operations. And what happened after that was a lot of panic buying, and you saw long lines at gas stations, and gas stations reported running out of fuel, et cetera. So we, like I mentioned previously, we were brought in to sort of understand the fuel system and specifically the last mile. So next slide. So this is kind of a high-level overview of how the fuel supply chain works. You have the upstream and midstream are identifying and sourcing and getting the raw crude oil out of the ground. Our study didn't focus on that so much because the Department of Energy has a lot of people devoted to understanding our upstream sourcing of crude oil and even down to the refining of it. We really focused in this study on the last mile, the downstream end, is specifically the last mile. You can go to the next slide. So we had a focus on the last mile. So how does the fuel get from fuel terminals, maybe at a port or maybe off of a pipeline, to your gas station? Next slide. So the first thing we understood about the system was that there's different modes of transportation of fuel, and they are not all created equal. So you can see here, the Colonial Pipeline moves 105 million gallons a day. So the disruption of that, in order to replace it with another mode of transport, for example, semi-trailer trucks, it would take 11,000 trailer trucks a day, just to give you an idea of the scope and the scale of what it's moving. And oftentimes with heavy liquids, and many supply chains are oriented around what to optimize the transport of that particular good. So you think fuel, water, they're often not moving them. If we are moving them far distances, it's usually via underground pipeline or other modes of transport like that, or barge in some cases. And then at the last mile, we're moving them via truck. So it's not trivial to switch between those modes. Next slide. So this is where having I did it in PowerPoint, so I did it in a PDF. So my arrows wouldn't originally have shown up. So pretend the arrows aren't there. So this slide is, so now we've understood kind of the broad supply chain and then the consequences of switching between different modes. This is kind of what happens at the last mile of the fuel supply chain. So you have your trucks that arrive at fuel terminals and then they fill up. They go through a process to fill up, and then they leave the fuel terminal and go and deliver the fuel to the retail stations. This part of the supply chain is optimized around many trips per day. So each truck is making many trips per day. This is similar to the food system. Trucks that are going from grocery stores, from distribution centers to grocery stores and back, they're making multiple trips per day sometimes. And there's a process by which they go through, getting whatever they're getting the supplies they're getting and delivering it to their customers. So we really focus on understanding what that process is and understanding the system so we can understand what happens when it breaks. So the arrows here show kind of some of the ways the system can break. So in Colonial, you saw it spikes in demand with panic buying at the fuel stations, which meant that some fuel stations ran out of fuel. This is equivalent in the food system, panic buying at the grocery store in advance of a hurricane or after an event. People go and then there's stockouts on the store shelves. So it's similar in that the system can fail at different points. You can also see failures at the fuel terminal if the fuel terminal loses power, if your grocery store loses power, or if your distribution center or your warehouse loses power. You suddenly lose that link in the supply chain. And then you can also see challenges on the trucking side if in a natural disaster, if truckers can't get to work, they can't drive to deliver the fuel. Similar with the food system. If truckers can't get to work, they can't drive to deliver the groceries. So we focus on understanding the system to understand what happens when it breaks. Next slide. And then we ask, what can we do about it? So this slide is a couple of examples that I just talked through about how the system can break in different parts of the system. And then on the bottom, kind of hard to see here, but I'll talk you through it. We focus on understanding the levers that both public and private sector can pull to ease and improve flow through the system. So on the left side, you have like an example of a demand increase. So you have panic buying. Some of the ways that you can control those types of events are messaging and rationing. At the fuel pump, it looks like it's often called rationing. But at retail stores, you can call it allocation. You might allow customers to only buy a couple of a certain item so that you don't experience stockouts. It's hard to control the sort of demand side of the supply chain, but there are some levers that can be pulled. In the middle mile, as you move to something like a Colonial Pipeline going down, the levers that can be pulled ahead of time are having backup stock or switching that capacity to another mode. And I want to note, actually, with Colonial, it was interesting. We learned that there was enough stock in the system to withstand some normal fluctuation in demand. And if there hadn't been panic buying, the public would not have known there had even been an outage. There had actually been, when we studied it, 2 or 3 outages of the Colonial Pipeline for other regular maintenance issues that lasted longer than the pipeline the outage from the ransomware attack. But because the media got hold of that news, and it sparked panic buying, and then you saw the lines and the outages at the fuel station. So I will say messaging and all of that, it does play into what ultimately happens. And then at the last mile, you can see there are levers that include waivers of hours of service to allow truck drivers to drive longer, and just increasing the supply of trucks and drivers, pulling drivers and trucks from out of state. And then at the individual fuel station, some measures that can be taken are backup generators or having faster flow at those fuel stations. Next slide. So in this study, we identified 43 levers. I'm not gonna present all of them. I just talked through a couple of them, but we looked at the levers and where they impact the supply chain and studied sort of the background on each of the levers. Next. And we also were able to capture through the modeling of the system, we were able to, in Florida, because we had a lot of good data on their retail stations and their fuel terminals, we were actually able to model the entire last mile system and then play around with turning on and off levers to see how much additional capacity that gave the system. So what you can see here, the 3 things I have highlighted, if we have no levers pulled, the system can handle about a 36% surge in demand. So 36% more people going and getting more gas in the system. Down at the bottom, if we just pull the hours of service waiver and allow truck drivers to spend more time on the road, the system can handle 85% more than normal demand. And then if we pull all the levers, the system can handle about 2.5 times more demand. If we're pulling, and these are the levers that we have represented here are things that improve the speed of the trucks and the drivers getting through the terminals to fill up their trucks before they go and deliver it to the retail fuel stations. So we actually showed that the hours of service waivers have the biggest impact on increasing overall system capacity. I will say that we talked to drivers and we talked to companies that own fleets of fuel delivery trucks. And because it's a hazmat fuel, because it is risky to carry, they actually don't love taking advantage of the hours of service waivers because they don't want to fatigue their drivers. So while it is the most impactful, it may not actually be taken advantage of by the users of the system. So pulling other levers can help sort of better alleviate bottlenecks. But that's sort of our process. When we are doing research, we go back to the private sector and ask them, so we've learned this, does this actually help you? And that was an example where we were actually surprised to hear them say, we hardly ever run our drivers longer than they're normally allowed. So next slide. So if you're interested, there's a summary of this available online. I wish we could share the full study, but FEMA there's limitations there. So next slide. Okay, so the next one, I'm going to talk a little bit about COVID and the food sector. We're actually just starting some research on this, so this is fairly new for us. So I'm interested in the discussion to hear the perspective from this group. But I want to talk about workforce and levers and how that impacts. So this is a map of the food supply chain. I'm sure all of you are well familiar with this. We're starting on the left with inputs to the farming and agriculture system, and then farmers and ranchers, and then to processors, these are meat packing, food processing, and then aggregation and distribution, and then finally to consumers at various different types of grocery, food banks, and restaurants, and then finally disposal. So in COVID, as I'm sure this group is very familiar, the food system had very unprecedented changes, rapid changes in demand in the way people were consuming and purchasing food. So you saw food at home sales from grocery stores skyrocketed initially, and food away from home plummeted. So food at restaurants, and these demand shifts created, they wreaked havoc in supply chains for food. Next slide. At the same time as you saw those demand shifting, the workforce was impacted. You saw meat packing plants here on the left, on the right side, were closing across the country as workers got sick and were not able to continue operating the plants. So you actually saw a 40% drop in U.S. beef and pork plant capacity in those early months of COVID. And you also saw workers striking over pandemic working condition, which further limited the supply of the workforce. And then on the trucking side, the trucking industry saw wild fluctuations in demand for trucking as COVID progressed. So you had the initial drop in demand for trucking, and then you saw surges in demand as people purchased more consumer goods and people were staying at home and requiring more home delivery, there was increased demand for truckers. So there was just a lot of workforce impacts. Next slide. And then downstream, consumers felt the impacts. So you had increased prices for food as you saw some of the meat industry in particular had to call off herds as the processing plants could not keep up with capacity. And as continues today, food banks saw increased demand, especially as pandemic era SNAP benefits began to be phased out. Next slide. So this is just where I've tried to represent some of the challenges I just talked about on the food supply chain. So you saw increased demand at food banks and grocery, decreased demand at restaurants, loss of some processors, and fluctuations in the trucking market. Next slide. So then here's a couple of levers that we put together on the food supply chain. And again, later I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on these. So I'll start with the flow side. Some of the options that we've been looking at for flow levers are diversifying transportation options. This is for like a distributor or anyone really who's needing transportation. If you can, having different contracts with different carriers, or for larger firms, it's possible for them to expand their own private fleets, just like the Walmarts of the world. The next one that we saw in COVID was that the timely release of safety guidance for essential workers returning to work at processing facilities was really beneficial to help those facilities return to operations safely. And then the next one down is waivers allowing increased speed at meat processing facilities. I know that there's been a lot of back and forth about that since it happened, but that was one avenue that was pursued in COVID. Automation, and then finally support for the workforce to return to work is another way that supporting the workforce helps improve the overall flow through the system. And on the demand side, similar allocations and messaging to limit panic buying. And on the supply side, one of the things I want to highlight here on the supply side, we heard reports of shifting product from the restaurant market to the retail consumption. Those markets are very different, and the way that food is packaged and delivered are very different to those two end users. But could you better align them so that you could not waste the food that was initially destined for restaurants? Next slide. Okay, so now the last case study I'm going to cover is PPE. So this, again, is a departure from the food system, but in PPE, in our study on PPE, we focus on demand planning. So understanding what the demand is for this item. This could be any input in your system or your supply chain that you care about. In the case of healthcare, it was personal protective equipment. How does, go to the next slide. So we worked with, this was a project with Massachusetts General Hospital and ASPR, and we were looking at how does the state of Massachusetts set their stockpile levels for PPE, understanding the demand of all the healthcare facilities in the state. Next slide. So we focused on sort of how do we set a demand plan. So you can start at the high level with epidemiological and other models. At a high level, how much does an epidemiological model tell me my population will need if we have a pandemic? And then looking at the individual facility supply plans, asking each facility how robust is our capacity to handle surges in demand for this item. And then the stockpile plan. How much is our organization or our hospital in this case? How many extra gowns or masks are we willing to hold to provide some insurance for the next time we have a spike in demand caused by anything, a pandemic or any other issue? That was the framework that we started from. Next slide. And we found, actually, surprisingly, that there was no modeling that predicted how much personal protective equipment would be consumed based on epidemiological models. So we developed one, and there's a link to the model if you're interested. Next slide. And so on the demand side, we found that there's a number of levers that the hospitals can pull to change their demand for personal protective equipment. They can, by decreasing the number of times a doctor or a medical care staff visits a patient, they can decrease gown and glove use by up to half. If you are reusing PPE, you can decrease your use. We looked at N95, you can decrease the N95 use by up to 80%. If you are turning around your COVID tests faster and knowing who goes from person of interest to either positive or negative with COVID, you can decrease that use for PPE by up to 22%. And then finally, cohorting. So using the same group of medical providers for patients with COVID-19 can decrease N95 use up to 45%, 47% in acute care hospitals, and up to 97% in skilled nursing facilities. Next slide. And then, so on the flip side, we looked at what facilities had on hand. And we found that prior to COVID, acute care hospitals down to behavioral health and dental facilities had anywhere from 7 to 30 days of PPE on hand. And after COVID, their supplies increased to have 60 to 90 days on hand of supplies. And we're defining days of supply as the amount of PPE the hospital or facility was using in an average day during COVID. Next slide. And so what does that all mean for the state level stockpiles? Because that was our ultimate question here. So on the left side here, you see what happens with pre-COVID stockpiles. On the right side, you see post-COVID, so having more in stockpile. And the blue represents residual demand. This is demand for PPE that the hospital could not meet or the facility could not meet itself, so it had to go to the state stockpile. So if you have less on hand, follows that you would more quickly, and you would more quickly need help from an overflow or a state capacity source, and you would need more of it. If you keep more on hand, you have longer before you need that extra supply, and you need less of it. And what having longer does for you in this situation is it gives the hospital more chances to find other sources of PPE. They just have more time to go look elsewhere, which is valuable and can decrease their overall demand. Next slide. The other thing we looked at was the impact of just having relationships with your suppliers. So the hospital just knowing who supplies them and knowing what their plans were for excess demand. So on the left side here, you have, there's minimal supplier relationships, and you do reduce demand, but it's a reduction of 64%. And then if you have your supplier relationships strengthened, you can actually, we showed in the model, we modeled that you can reduce that demand entirely for the overflow supply. The one thing to note here is that bigger hospitals have more opportunities. They're buying more of this stuff in general. So there's more opportunities for them to interface with suppliers. And one of the things that we heard in talking to some of the smaller facilities was that having the government or the government facilitating connections between the hospitals and the suppliers was actually really valuable, because there was a sort of, they could go in a group and buy together or talk to the suppliers together instead of, one dental facility to a bigger medical supplier. But having that readiness made a big difference. Next slide. So some of the key lessons here, I talked about a lot of them, but having emergency preparedness plans that allow you to quickly pull the policy levers to adjust given increased PPE demand. I think this applies to almost any industry. Having a plan that allows you to know when something is going wrong and then quickly adjust is important. We see this a lot, if you don't know, if you're not talking to your suppliers and their suppliers and something happens, it could be weeks before you realize that there's going to be a problem for you. But if you have those relationships and we're talking previously, you know ahead of time, hey, this disruption that happened over here that I don't think impacts me, it does impact me. And this is how long I have to figure out another plan. Understanding facility supply plans is important. So just knowing what your plans are, and in this case, at the state level, knowing what individual facility supply plans is helpful for the state to plan their own stockpile levels. And then investing in a dynamic emergency stockpile. So for PPE, this just looks like checking your stockpile regularly, having that human capital to monitor it.
Okay, yep, perfect.
And at all facilities, that's not always possible, but at the bigger facilities, it is. And then maintaining the crew situational awareness. So simulating scenarios and updating your assumptions to know what's going on. Next slide. So this is the references if you're interested in any of the PPE work. Next slide. Okay, the last thing I want to cover is, we've discussed, is the role of public-private coordination. So next slide. So in all of our research, one of the key things that comes out in every single sector, no matter where we are, is that the government's capacity to step in is limited. And a lot of times we're doing research for FEMA and they're asking us, what can we do and when and how much should we intervene, essentially. And what we've found is that the private sector is doing the work of delivering food, fuel, and other essential items to the population every day, and is well set up to do that. So while the government can play a role, it's going to be much smaller than the private sector capacity. So returning the private sector to their original capacity needs to be the top priority after a disruption, because ultimately they're best set up to deliver that good or service day in and day out. But having that public-private coordination is essential to target the limited government support that's available to the people who need it the most. And so that's what we focus on, is sort of the question of how do you target it to the people that need it the most? And then also at the same time, how do you target those government levers, pull those government levers that can facilitate private sector flow, returning to normal operations. So that's where we are. And so this is just a couple things I put together for supply chain resilience to consider at a high level. There's a lot of different impacts to supply chain uncertainty, globalization, global unrest, port disruptions, we're seeing that now. Challenges with suppliers, challenges with social disruptions. This includes things like COVID, cyber attacks, transformation of supply chains as we move towards more automated supply chains. That changes our risk. Climate, this is all the natural disasters and things that can impact supply chains. And then customers, so different changing customer demand patterns and things like that. These are all things to consider. Next slide. So what can you do, private and nonprofit sector, Know your suppliers and their suppliers. With this knowledge, you're able to respond and estimate impacts when a problem happens. Understand your vulnerabilities and your dependencies. Who do you depend on for what, and where are they vulnerable and where are you vulnerable? Understand the levers that you can control and those that you need others to pull. So in the private sector, you may be able to add drivers to your fleet, but you need the government to turn on an hours of service waiver or turn on a weight waiver to allow you to move, to fill your trucks more full to move them longer. And create business continuity plans. So what are you going to do if your trucking company has no one to operate their trucks that day? What are you going to do if communications are out? How do you operate if there's no communications? And that actually, just a side note on communications, that was one of the things that was a big challenge in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. There was a near total loss of communications. And actually there were grocery stores that returned to operations, but no one knew it because communications were down. And they also didn't know how the system worked fully. So there was a push of relief supplies that, like I mentioned earlier, ended up overwhelming the ports and the trucking industry that would have normally supported that grocery retail operations, and disrupted the flow of those goods to those grocery stores that were actually operating. They just were operating without any communications equipment via like paper forms, basically. And finally, don't forget your people. So we talked about this a little bit with the food sector, but it's really the people. People are critical to operate every stage of the supply chain. And so understanding what people need in crisis and just day to day is really important to keep the flow of supply chains moving. That's all the content that I have. And I have a couple of discussion questions, and I'm happy to answer questions about anything. So I guess I can pause. Does anyone have any questions before we, yes?
I'm sure many of my colleagues have questions and comments. Just wanted to raise a couple really quickly. You know, when you talked about the different events and disasters, you know, we had civic unrest. 2015 in Baltimore City, the Baltimore City Police Department killed Freddie Gray. He had supply chain disruptions, which were expected.
Yeah.
And Baltimore City Food Pack give you more about it. But that clearly is not fuel it up. So civic unrest is going to happen.
Yep.
And I'd like to think about how we think about that. The second thing is, I know, you know, when you did the list of folks in the supply chain, you have farmers and ranchers, you didn't have farm workers. And farm workers were critical. Immigration policy has an impact on farm workers. So there's a lot of other parts of the food chain which also need to be recognized up front.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I echo the second one that you were thinking about that. I think my biggest surprise, and I'm interested in your comments on the primary recommendations in your focus seem to be assuming that we maintain the same global supply chain and that we don't succeed in part of what is the primary mission of this group, which is to build a stronger global supply chain, right? And so, and I think about that both in certainly in food, which is what we're talking about. The tight global supply chain, I would love or not be dependent on some levels on the global supply chain. The tighter global supply chain, the more resilience that we have. And so I do hope that this conversation, our conversation, and FEMA's recognition of that, I think would be really important to be successful. And of course, there's all the other benefits of global supply chain that go well beyond resilience. But there's quickly one as it relates to resilience, and we saw that in COVID and in other areas. And I think that also applies even in an energy example. You know, the more that we do with distributed energy, the more resilient our grid becomes, and also the less dependent we become on supply chains for fuel, as well as supply chains as it relates to transmission lines that also are affected by cyber or natural disasters or otherwise. So I wonder if you could just talk about why why that is, what would have to happen for that to become part of, it is part of our conversation. I'm interested in how it could be part of MIT's and FEMA's conversation, because it does feel like federal policy very much drives our current local marketplace, subsidies drive our current local farming system, which is harmful for local reasons. And I think it would be important for the federal government as well as local government, state government, to be really thinking about stronger local supply chains being critical for emergency, especially but critical for emergency.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point. And so I will say we have focused on kind of the flip side of that, which is highlighting that concentrations of any one part of the supply chain are generally a risk, right? So you think about, like, in fuel, we have a huge concentration of refining capacity in the Gulf of Mexico. Nationally, that's a risk, right? If the Gulf of Mexico gets hit with a bad hurricane, that's a risk to fuel nationwide. And so with FEMA, a lot of our discussion is like thinking about those concentrations, but I really like the way that you framed sort of the flip side of that, which is it's not just important to make sure that those concentrated capacities survive and are rapidly restored. It's also important to think about how to design alternates to those concentrations, which is local and sort of very hyper-local supply chains and supply of certain goods and items. And I think that, yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point, and one that, like I said, we focus on sort of how to recognize that the private sector in a lot of areas is organizing around and continuing to concentrate capacity, and you see that in meat packing, you see that in fuel, you see that in a lot of different industries, and that is a national risk. So yeah, I think it's interesting. FEMA doesn't have a lot of control over the subsidy piece of it, but it does have influence, and I think that there's a conversation to be had around how FEMA can use its influence, especially after a disaster, to get that message out, that like the concentration creates risk, and the alternate concentration is distribution and having more local supply chains and more local capacity, especially also with the grid too. That's a huge effort.
And from online, sorry to Lindsay Smith said she's seeing some similarities and similar lessons with DC HCMA, FEMA funded food and water resilience projects. That was one of the topics of last August's joint meeting of COGS Farm Policy Committees in FSRC. And they're also asking if you can repeat the questions you get.
Oh, yes, I can repeat the questions, yes. Yeah, so is she talking about similar lessons? Okay. Great. Any other? Yeah.
So you mentioned the levers available to improve flow. And two of the ones that you mentioned compromise worker safety. So I'm wondering how that value system factors into your model, specifically with the increased hours for truck driving and also increased fees at processing plants.
Yeah, so one thing when we were talking about levers, we were highlighting the good and the bad, right? So when we, in our reports, we're highlighting the drawbacks of pulling these levers, because it would be great if everything could operate normally all the time and we wouldn't have to pull these levers, but we are very careful to make sure that we highlight that, yeah, pulling the hours of service waiver especially for drivers who are driving hazmat and really consequential things, it's not always a good idea. And the trucking industry, they don't take advantage of those waivers, but the food, some of the sort of drive-in trucking, they will take advantage of those waivers to move water or to move goods into a hurricane impact zone, to pre-position the goods, and they will take advantage of those, and they're highly beneficial, but some industries don't. So we do try to highlight the trade-offs, because there's definitely, and then with I hesitate to even put it on there because, like I said, we're so new on the food research side right now on that specific question. But yeah, I mean, as you're reading the reports of increased line speeds, you're also reading the potential risks of it to the worker safety. So yeah, definitely making sure to highlight those trade-offs.
If I can add just one thing to that, we've also seen an increase in child labor
Yes.
in meat processing. That's not good, I think. And that's more because of the industry.
Right.
That's what the government has.
Right, yeah.
For those online, the comment was about an increase in child labor in the meat industry.
Yes.
We never see seafood in the food facility. Because that's another processing issue there. Why is seafood?
That's a good question, and I don't have a great answer. It's an oversight on my part, I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're not the only.
No, I mean, I live in Maryland. We're based in Boston. There's a huge seafood industry in Boston. So thank you for raising that.
And I've always gone back to the stockpiles, right? We have, to say it out loud, we got fish, which we know is sustainable, is the government's state and federal level to have stockpiles of delicious protein in reserve, and as it starts to come to age, go to food banks, so that there's always a protein source available, so we're not trying to play catch up. Right, and it's just like Japan, they freeze dry everything. I mean, it's a 25-year shelf life there. We could get to the point of that where we had, a stockpile food.
25 years. Yes.
Freezing, freezing our produce, those types of things to be ahead.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yes. I was just going to build on that by asking, are you seeing a shift away from that just-in-time supply chain model in these systems, similar to like the 90-day?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, we've definitely seen it in other supply chains. We haven't done enough research on the food supply chain to say for sure but I think in general, COVID sparked a shift from just in time to having more stock in the system to handle fluctuations in demand. I will say, I think in like consumer products and other supply chains related to that, I think they're starting to decrease that stock because it's really expensive to hold extra stock. But I do think, I do think like in the healthcare system, you're definitely still seeing increased stock levels of things like PPE to manage those. But, I think some of the stockpiles, there's different strategies to manage them, and like thinking about vendor managed inventory or ways to sort of cycle through stock so that your supply of food or water isn't going bad as you're waiting to use it is also important to think about.
Well, very informative presentation, thank you for that. In the food supply chain, there is a gap between small producers and their access to markets, like for instance, their access to food banks. Any thoughts on how we can make the small producers, the market whereby we can continue the flow of food supply to the market?
That's a good question. Our research isn't focused so much on that aspect of it. We're thinking more about what happens when systems fail. But I'm going to take that back, and I'm curious to think about it. I know that we've done a lot of work in Africa to think about, prior to my time joining the lab, so I'm not as much of an expert on it, but a lot about how to establish market systems to support small farmers and getting their product to market. So I'm sure that my lab director would have thoughts on that, but that was before my time. But I'm happy to look up some of the studies from that time and send them your way if you're interested.
We could do I don't know if you want to say something, but we have a state grant that's coming in through Department of Agriculture here in Maryland that is coming to the 2 food banks, designed to do exactly that, to allow us to purchase directly from small producers locally inside of Maryland. And that's proven to be, and we're buying lots of food catfish and other proteins and produce and dairy products, and that's proven to be incredibly effective at connecting local producers into the charitable food assistance network statewide. So we could maybe do a deep dive on that at another, maybe one of our committee meetings or something. And we've also talked about Maryland market money, which is another tool in the toolkit around connecting local producers to farmers markets.
Yeah, and I would say similarly, even in our presentation, we're trying to connect small producers into, local markets, specifically schools.
I just want to make sure I understand. Was the question that you were asking though more so on like the smaller producers could be the super low and the higher end, the high volume could help support the emergency management side of it? Okay. Right. So like as that chain needs to shift flow, the smaller producers would go closer to the consumers to reduce the supply chain challenges. Yeah. Okay.
We were looking at many small producers, let's say, bananas, sponge can put in the economy. Whatever products they have, to different initiatives, like extension. The problem is they bring to us, oh, I don't have actually market, I don't have facilities. Market and turning on the producers in our network, and we are shift the product from the market, and we are encourage producing more or increase our production. And then I think the food bank of other markets that would have
And just a reminder to everyone, they can't hear anyone on that side of the room if we don't speak very loudly online. So. Sorry.
Just project.
Yeah. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes.
I will go all day, so you better be questions, so we can be quiet.
You have until
I want to
11:30.
challenge a little bit about, part of this, PPE, about the federal government, having less capacity than the private sector.
Yes.
Because in the food system, we've seen it's the opposite. During the pandemic, when we ratcheted up what we could do for food, the increase in SNAP, emergency allotments, went in Maryland from about $1.5 billion to over $3 billion. The WIC increase, the healthy school meals for all students,
The waivers.
was $1 billion. And so it's not fair to compare what the private sector does to what the government can do when it is willing.
Yeah.
Because it can have a really big impact. And just one other thing to touch on is that they also regulate about truck drivers and regulate about some vehicles when they are willing. That has an impact as well.
Yeah, and one distinction I want to make about government versus private sector, when I say government versus private sector, I mean government capacity, in your example, to grow and deliver food. The government has huge capacity to bring money in and spend money, and I don't want to diminish that because that is a huge lever to increase capacity. But at the end of the day, the government is not drilling oil and refining fuel. And that's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about the comparison between the government capacity to deliver the fuel to fuel stations or deliver the food to grocery stores versus the private sector. And so I absolutely think that public sector tools to increase funding to drive private sector investment or resources to a space is an incredibly valuable lever. Incredibly valuable. Yeah, so I want to, that's what, when we're talking to FEMA, we're working with their logistics arm. And so we're talking to them about how much fuel can you move versus how much fuel can Chevron move. It's just like not even, there's not even a comparison. And so we're talking to FEMA about how do you strategically send that fuel to a hospital or a food bank or a place that needs their generator refueled versus just sending it into the market. So that's kind of, I hope that helps to make the distinction. I definitely think the government has a huge role to send a signal with SNAP and WIC and other things like that. Yeah. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay.
Very nice.
Well, thank you.
And since we're transitioning and we didn't get a chance to go around the room and introduce ourselves, and we're ahead of time now by 15 minutes, which I'm glad about, could we go around and just introduce ourselves to who's in the room, and then we can go online and have them introduce themselves as well. Sorry, if you haven't.
Hi there, everybody. I'm Heather Bruskin. I am the director of the Montgomery County Office of Food Systems Resilience.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Taylor, and I work for the Partnership for Children and Families, and I co-chair distribution and access.
And you're also leading the Anne Arundel food policy.
Yes.
My name is Michael J. Wilson, former with Maryland Hunger Solutions, and you're outgoing co-chair for the Food Resilience.
Good morning. I'm Steve McHenry. I serve as Executive Director of the Maryland Agricultural Resources.
I'm Grace London. I'm the Executive Director of Future Harvest, and we're a membership-based nonprofit that serves sustainable farmers in the Mid-Atlantic.
Hi, everyone. Sean Cooper.
Mark Allen, Chief of the Marketing Section.
I'm Delegate Board Chair for the Maryland General Assembly.
Russ Strickland, Secretary of the Department of Emergency. Chair.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Dunn, the Youth Center for Agriculture. Oh, and the co-chair of the Environment Protection Committee. You see, Ron said shit, tell me what to do.
So I'm Stephanie Lansing. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland and co-chair of the
Catherine H. Maryland Department of Environment. And a volunteer.
Good morning. My last name is pronounced exactly similar to Karki. That way you will not find me to I'm the assistant professor of agricultural economics and program values at the University of Maryland. In addition to that, I volunteer many focus on societies, many university services and communities. And with that, I'm really excited to learn a lot from all of you as a new member. Excited to contribute to this team.
Good morning. I'm Meg Kimmel. I am the Chief Operating Officer at the Maryland Food Bank. I have the honor of co-chairing distribution access with Taylor. I too enjoy learning on this council, and I'm really committed to building a stronger and more resilient food system for our state that serves everyone.
Lauren Megan, you all know who I am.
Good morning. I'm Kanika Campbell. I'm a pharmaceutical specialist with the Maryland State Department of Education's Office of School and Community Nutrition Programs.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. Leslie Sessom Parks. By the way, there's a bit of a typo on the slide.
Okay.
But that's okay. I usually go by Leslie Parks because it's easier to say anyway. I am Chief of Professional Development and Performance at the Maryland State Department of Education Office of School and Community Nutrition Programs. But I also have oversight for our farm to school work. And I think we'll be talking about that very soon.
And I'm Anna Colifades, the new Food Systems Resilience Coordinator with MDEM. And for those of you online, I'm going to call on you to briefly introduce yourselves as well. Ann Palmer, would you like to kick it off?
Hi, everybody. My name is Ann Palmer, and I am the Director of Practice at the Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future in Baltimore.
And Teresa, since we are looking at you, do you want to go next? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Teresa Stahl. I'm a registered dietitian nutritionist with the Allegheny County Health Department and vice chair of the Western Maryland Food Council.
Senator Hester.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bridget O'Toole. I'm Senator Hester's legislative director here at the conference.
And is it Daphne?
Yes, hi, I'm Daphne Altima Johnson, and I am a senior program officer with the Johns Hopkins Center for Livable Future.
Emily Bauer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Bauer. I'm the Senior Director for the Office of Nutrition Assistance Programs for the Department of Human Services.
And JD.
Hi, everybody. Hello again, JD Douglas Robinson. I'm the Senior Program Associate for SNAP at Maryland Hunger Solutions.
Lisa Lackenmeyer.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lackenmeyer. I'm the SNAP Ed Director for the state of Maryland.
And Mike Scheffel. Okay. All right. We also have our MDM staff in the back. We'll start with Anna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna Sierra. I'm the Chief Development Officer and used to be senior staff to this council. No more. I'm shifting out of that role. I miss you all here. I will still be fairly involved.
Mike?
Mike Gibson, I'm the Space News Chief Resilience Officer. Very excited to take this on. It's one of the things that falls under the purview of our office. And I'm on a daily basis, so I will definitely bring in issues, concepts, and reference.
I'm sort of the Chief Resilience Officer.
Great. So I'm Brittany Cook, the Executive Associate for Secretary Russell Strickland. And so we are 10 minutes ahead. We can take a 10-minute break before our next presentation, or we can barrel forward. Does anyone have any preference?
Break.
All right. We'll be back at 11:30.
Hi, we're unmuted. Unmuted.
And that was a spin-off.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's live.
Are you trying to get it in your ears?
Huh.
I do.
Of course, of course.
Russ, can I mute it now? Can I mute it? No, it is off mute. Do you want me to keep it off? Yeah. This is really neat. Really cool, like local production, keeping things local. It's good for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for resilience. It's good for eating. It's good for growers. We just tried to start a garden at home. A little bit worried about how it's gonna go. We got radishes germinated.
Okay, what else have you planted?
We planted Swiss cards, carrots, radishes, Swiss chard. That's it. And then I was gonna plant whole beans. Later. I don't know. My first time attempting to. My parents are really big gardeners, but I grew up in New York. And they've got like a whole setup, and I have all
Yeah. I maybe one day I'll venture over. My husband's sister is a very big gardener. That was how she got through the pandemic. She just started gardening, and so now she's like fully invested in it. And she's like, you have to garden. Last year she gave me a tomato plant. She's like, it's so easy, and then you'll have fresh tomatoes. And I was like, who's eating all these tomatoes? Like, what are we doing here? She's like, well, where are you gonna get your produce from? I was like, Giants.
The grocery store. Yeah.
Giants. She's like, no, you have to grow it yourself. I don't know. I don't know.
Maryland's news this week on WBAL News Radio 1090.
It is 6:47, and as you know, the Ravens are back home today, and this is the day the team asks you to bring some canned or non-perishable food or some extra cash as the Ravens collect food and money for the Maryland Food Bank. Last year, the Maryland Food Bank distributed more than 53 million pounds of food, the equivalent of 44 million meals, to a network of more than 1,250 soup kitchens, food pantries, and shelters across the state. Meg Kimmel is the Vice President of the Maryland Food Bank. She joins us live this morning. Meg, good morning. Great to have you with us. The food bank maintains a very strong partnership with the Ravens, and for that matter, a very strong partnership with the Orioles. Tell me how important that partnership is to your mission.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on today. It's a great question. Those relationships are so incredibly important to us. And it's just because of events like what's happening today, where the Ravens are helping us bring the issue of hunger to the attention of
For folks online, we're about to get started again.
And we're back line.
There was two, maybe not.
So next we have our sustainability study discussion with Leslie and Kanika. And so I'm gonna transfer the, before I do that actually, Beth, you wanna introduce yourself?
Also founder and director for nonprofit Always Center. Training after programs, all and we need people. That's great.
Thank you. Leslie, I'll release the floor to you.
All right, well, I hope you don't mind if I sit down. I'll try to project. Just let me know if my voice goes down and you can't hear us. So again, Leslie Sessom Parks. I'm from the Department of Education, Office of School and Community Nutrition Programs, and we're here today to talk to you about our farm to school work, specifically a study that we commissioned on what would it take to make farm to school sustainable in Maryland. You'll find that most of what we're going to share with you is probably not new. You've known it already. But to my knowledge, it's the first time it's been documented in a study with anticipation or expectation, rather, of actionable steps. So with that, we'll get started. So who we are. So next slide, please. So our office administers the federal child nutrition programs. That includes the National School Lunch Program, the School Breakfast Program, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, the Summer Food Program, and of course, Farm to School. And for Farm to School, we work collaboratively with MDA. Kanika is actually the Farm to School coordinator for MSDE, and Karen Fedora is the Farm to School coordinator at MDA. So what exactly is Farm to School for some of you who may not know? It's really just a set of funded policies, practices, and programs developed at USDA. It includes procurement of local foods, and it also for use in school meals, but it also includes school gardens and education. We have worked extensively with SNAP-Ed, Lisa's on the call, and they have developed beautiful curriculum materials for us to be used in schools on the food system. So that's a big part of Farm to School. Farm to School as a concept promotes fresh, healthy food for students and obviously supplies local agricultural markets or local markets for local agricultural producers. This quote, basically kind of sums up, the spirit behind Farm to School. Essentially, Farm to School is a win-win for both students and producers. Again, opening up economic opportunities for producers and providing students with farm fresh food. Next slide. So this is a graphic we designed to kind of illustrate the supply chain. School districts or local education agencies, or LEAs as we call them, is in the center, the blue box there. And most of the supply pathway for Farm to School comes from either a national or regional distributor at the top or a USDA distributor at the bottom. I'd like to stop right here and distinguish that most of what these large distributors are providing are farm fresh foods. No complaints necessarily, but those foods can come from as far away as California. What we are working for at MSDE is to increase the local supply of food that is coming from Maryland. And you'll hear a little bit later, but we're defining local right now as within 400 miles of a Maryland delivery site. We give prioritization to Maryland, but given, what's grown here, we realize we might have to also reach out a little bit further. So that's where you'll see the school systems then, if they really want local produce versus just farm fresh, they have to reach out to individual producers as well as work with food hubs and regional aggregators. And that brings a set of problems in and unto itself. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. All right, next slide. So while Farm to School is a market opportunity for producers across the country, as I mentioned, our priority in this work is growing and sustaining Maryland agriculture. There are about 12,000 farms in the state. Only about 1,000 of them have sales of $1 billion. Most of them mom and pop farms. Half of them have sales of about $10,000. We think this is a great opportunity for those farmers to meet the needs of small school districts as well as our child care centers. In just the National School Lunch and School Breakfast programs, we are providing over 100 million meals a year, with reimbursements going to the public schools of $361 million. And with universal meals coming down the pike, you know, it was considered for 2 years in the legislature. Next year is probably the golden year. We think this market is going to grow substantially.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. I didn't hear the last part of it.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that with universal meals legislation, that means free meals for all students, free lunch, free breakfast. We believe it's going to be passed next legislative season. It was considered for the past 2 seasons. And once it passes, we see the market growing even, expanding even further for opportunities for producers to supply to schools. Next slide.
Leslie?
Yes.
I can ask a really quick question.
Yeah.
What is local?
What is local?
Well,
And by that I mean, right now, where we are closer to Delaware than to Northern County. So when we think about the regional food system, we always start at the Maryland border. We think about the local system, because if you're here, it's closer to get stuff from Delaware and Delaware farms than to Montgomery County. In Montgomery County, it's closer to Pennsylvania.
yeah, and I actually mentioned that just a moment ago. We at MSDE are defining local as priority Maryland, but also within 400 miles of a school delivery site. So yes, Delaware and Pennsylvania. The state does not have a formal definition of local. And as I was going to mention later, the state also does not have a formal farm to school program. Farm to school pretty much exists based on grants from USDA and the work and efforts of MSDE and MDA, the Maryland Department of Agriculture. One of the needs and one of the recommendations coming out of the study is to further that so that we really do have a agreed upon definition of local. Right now, our operating definition is what I just mentioned.
I have a question.
Yes.
So what are you basically purchasing? Are you purchasing vegetables and produce, or just, vegetables and fruit, or are you just purchasing basically fruit?
So the LEAs or school districts and with their distributors are primarily focusing on produce, fruits and vegetables. In our vision and in some of the work that I'm going to talk about, we will include products that are local, even if they're processed. So we're talking about obviously fruits, vegetables, we're talking about meat and poultry, and we're also talking about processed goods. It could be honey, it could be muffins from a local producer. So the array of products is a little bit more expansive. Does that?
It does, but I have another, I don't want to take away from your presentation.
All right, you want to hold it to the end? Okay, we may answer
some of these questions.
All right, next slide, please. So currently, only about 15% of...
Annika.
Sorry, go back a slide. Currently, only about 15% of foods that are going into school meals are coming from local foods, whether quote unquote local means California or local even means, Maryland. Just, I'm going to say farm fresh foods. That local is a bit of a misnomer here. As I said earlier, we are really trying to work on putting the emphasis on Maryland and the DMV region. Okay, now the next slide. So today we'll talk a little bit more about the sustainability studies, what we found, what the findings were, and some of the recommendations, and then talk about some of the things that we're doing with regard to next steps. So for that, I'm going to take a break and let Kanika continue. Next slide.
Yep. All right, next slide. All right, thank you. So I'll start with a lot of this work that we're about to discuss came from a 2021 Farm to School grant that we were granted through USDA. It was focused on improving access of local foods in eligible schools through either farm to school education efforts and also procurement and agricultural efforts. There were two main grant deliverables. The first was the elementary school learning resource, which is entitled Exploring Maryland Foods, that we work with UMES, and a sustainability report, a roadmap to farm to school sustainability in Maryland, which our final product is here with us today. If anybody was interested, we have an executive summary and we have the full report here. I'm just going to put that out there if anybody wants to come over during break. Next slide. So the first grant deliverable was Exploring Maryland Food. The goal was to examine the impact of agricultural and food production on people, communities, environment. There was a 5-module unit, excuse me, it's aligned to next generation science standards, the environmental literacy standards, and the agricultural literacy outcomes for grades 3 through 5. We had a lot of help developing this. It was developed in partnership with University of Maryland Extension, SNAP Ed program, and also we collaborated with our science team and the Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation, MAFE. There were 5 modules. Like I said, it takes you through that production cycle, digging into production, understanding how our food is processed, the story of Maryland food from farm to shopping bag, accessing and eating healthy food, and conquering food waste. The link to that is at the bottom of the slides here if you receive those later, if you would like to look at those and peruse those for yourself. The second deliverable was our sustainability report, a roadmap to farm to school sustainability in Maryland. Our vision overall for farm to school is to create a sustainable program in Maryland where local foods are provided by local agricultural producers. Like I said, that local part is what we're trying to figure out, and is integrated into school meals, which encourages healthy eating. It supports local farmers and promotes environmental stewardship. We're looking at a holistic approach for that. And our goal is to increase the utilization of local foods provided by those local agricultural producers. Our sustainability study, it assessed the farm to school programming amongst LEAs and other stakeholders to determine what the barriers to procurement were. It identified the challenges that Maryland Farm to School program faces and also encouraged actionable steps for that 5 to 10 year plan. It draws on findings from surveys, interviews, focus groups, and additional research. And like I said, it's just the long-term sustainability for 5 to 10 years down the road. We had a contractor work with us, and they conducted surveys of Maryland producers. They talked to some LEA staff, which is our school systems. They also did virtual interviews and small focus groups. They researched all the available data that they could find. They spoke to people that had some institutional knowledge that could gain insight. There were literature reviews, and also they attended some farm to school events and just, and did some participatory research, observation, for that research. So some of the key findings for the LEAs specifically, like the first thing that popped up, there's no uniform definition of local. As speaking to the LEAs, there were a lot of arbitrary definitions. Some may determine that it's their county, some may determine it's their state. In the Western Maryland, they're gonna say West Virginia because that's what's closest. And so we are working to define that. They also expressed interest in buying agricultural products, but there was many logistical challenges, such as labor, processing capacity, and inventory management that inhibited purchasing from local producers. And also, we found that most of our LEAs, when they were saying they were purchasing local produce, they were procuring it from the regional and national distributors rather than local producers. Every 4 years, the USDA does a farm to school census. There was one in 2023, but we don't have the results from that yet. This is the results from the 2019. LEA purchases through DoD Fresh and the USDA Foods, which is the federal program, attributed to 78% of local food, which was the fresh fruits and vegetables for school meals. We learned that neither of them actually need to be sourced locally to be defined as local. And only 29% of local foods were directly purchased from individual local producers.
Can you say again, they don't have to source locally to be defined locally?
Yes. So we recently, so the question was, clarification for that doesn't require to be sourced locally to be considered local. When we recently looked at the USDA Fresh system with our distribution, the team at our office, we learned that if their distribution center is local, so maybe New Jersey, is considered local. So the food may be coming from California to their distribution center in New Jersey, and that is considered local because it's being shipped from New Jersey, but the food may not necessarily be local.
But I thought.
So wait, so like Jessup is a local facility and stuff comes into Jessup from all over the world?
Yes.
So that would be local?
It has to be national within the US, but yes, it would be considered local for the DoD Fresh in the, for the DoD Fresh, for them to consider it local, it was coming from a local distributor.
So right now, there's only one, and Beth can speak to this too. So there's one contractor who has the DoD Fresh contract.
Right.
And DoD Fresh provides fresh produce to our school systems. And that contractor is based in New Jersey, and that's considered within the region, quote unquote, local.
Right.
And then the food may come, they're supposed to have a plan for securing within the actual local region, but they're not required to procure from within the region.
So I would just encourage that we not use that information. Yeah, it's so irrelevant, like it just means nothing. And so I just think it's potentially preferable not to talk about it when we're talking about how to get there in Maryland, because it's, I could imagine my colleagues looking at something and being like, oh, 29% sweet, really okay. Even without putting in our own money and our own changing our policies. And it just really, it just basically means nothing.
So there are two things going on. So USDA, that's what the DoD, right? So there's a return all that has to be within the state. But not everybody does DoD in the school system, right? Because that's part of our commodity dollars. So when we contract with our other vendors, we all have produce vendors. So we, in our contract, we'll say we have to procure locally first, within our description. And if they can't, there's a cost or availability to go outside of that area.
So the COT numbers, I'm saying, I feel like we should be talking. I mean, not that we should talk about it here. I'm just saying like it's potentially.
Well, that's why local is in quotes, because local here is a misnomer. And the point was to make, the point was really to say that the purchases that people or schools are making thinking local really are not local, because DoD Fresh is sourcing from across the country.
That's right, they should have traceability. They should be able to tell us that these items came from within this range. I don't know why they can't use traceability.
Do.
because I'm purchasing from a local distributor, and I'm asking for traceability.
Yeah.
So, my school district's different, you know, I'm overachiever in that area.
Beth is our superstar.
Yeah, she's just picking it herself.
I know. Okay, so let me ask you a question. So if you have in your contract that it has to be within this area, whatever you stipulate, right? Or if it's too expensive or should have, so in that contract, then do you get a report that says I tried to do A, B, and C, but instead I did C and D?
No, it's not that detailed.
What do you get?
Basically, when I get local, I get for that.
It's just your knowledge of the situation.
Reading the reports, and I mean, we're a farming community, I know it's right. I mean, so basically.
But it's not institutionalized.
Like, we'll just buy directly from the farmer. Like, I know from my experience, people simply farms out of their farm. You know what I mean? So that's, we're just.
Right, so, and not all districts, like Kanika said, Beth is our local food superstar. Not all districts are as nimble and willing to go through some of the challenges of ordering directly from the local producer.
I'm sorry to derail, and I actually think this whole thing, so it's okay since I'm already derailed and I'm derailed. So I guess my concern is just, I'm always thinking about what's the bill I'm gonna bring in front of my colleagues. And they have 3,000 bills in front of them. And when numbers get used with the word local, which is a broader problem, and like I thought I was tracking, and then I was surprised to see 15% local, and then you were earlier when you said 15% of Maryland. Yeah, okay, you had 15%, which is surprising. You said 400 miles, that's not as surprising. But now when we're talking about DOT, which I understand we don't control in the state, I just want to caution us against using words local, you know, like in the case of DOT, that they make it look like we're doing better than we're doing, because as best as I can imagine, New Jersey's hub has almost no, not none, but almost no Maryland farms being distributed out of there. So it's just a caution on that. But while we're on the topic of local, if I could just say one other thing, I just want to remind folks that we have, as it relates to our state agencies, we do have the model of the Maryland local certified farm and fish enterprise.
Right.
I think is what we call it.
Yes.
Because that rolls off the tongue. But the reason we did that, and if you're not familiar with the history of this, and we'll have another follow-up meeting, but there is a real concern, and I think the Food Council is the place where we need to be remembering this, that Maryland has the strongest baby protections, and so our farmers internalize the cost of protecting the baby in ways that Pennsylvania does not. And so Pennsylvania is cheaper because they don't internalize the cost, and so we put policies on our farmers to internalize the cost. We use it not just to say, oh, the reason we wrote the bill so that it's Maryland farmers or farmers using Maryland nutrient management standards is because we don't want a 400-mile radius that then allows Pennsylvania and Virginia, who are polluting our bay, to then undercut our farmers. And so it just, as we're continuing and we're going to do some work to figure out how we undo some of the blocks that are in procurement, I think there's a value to the regional food system, but I think we need to remember that the reason we set up a state procurement to be Maryland certified part, the certified part of it means you're following Maryland nutrient management program, which means either you're a Maryland farmer or you're a Pennsylvania farmer following Maryland nutrient management program, so you're also internalizing the costs. And that's really important to the station, because otherwise the neighboring farms will continue to undercut Maryland farmers and will be spending state money undercutting farmers who are internalizing the costs that we put on.
Well, and thank you for that. I'm just going to skip ahead to what was going to be a later slide. Oh, I'm sorry.
My understanding is there's a report that came out last fall on how well they did. Have we looked at that report? Have we seen the report?
No.
We're going to talk about that.
Yes, spoiler alert, they didn't do very well.
That's what I thought, but I haven't read it, I'm just wondering if we're gonna talk about it.
So can I just ask a clarification? Not just the Pennsylvania firms, any firm, right? It would be Virginia. Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Yes. Because there was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, Delegate, that we agree with you. And what we're proposing, one of the recommendations is that we establish a formal coalition that includes our legislators, our school districts, our community organizations, our academics, along with MDA and MSDE, to really sit down and define what local is going to be for our state, what the priorities are, how we're going to fund it, and what the bills that are needed to support farm to school in this state. There's no funding. We need funding. And as you know, with HB 147, it passed. No funding was put to that bill. It makes it hard for producers to compete not only with farmers from Pennsylvania, but the national distributors. You know, there needs to be a premium that the schools can pay for local goods, and that would come through some grant programs. So look forward to future conversations about what's really needed on the ground to make this work in Maryland.
Yeah, if I could, I would just, I definitely want to talk to you about funding, and I definitely want to fight for that. And I have been committed, continuing committed to. I would just urge that, I don't know that we need another group to define local. I feel like we've had that conversation a number of times over the last several years, and I feel like what we landed at the last time we had several statewide conversations, we visited, we did, we went around the state, we talked to farmers about it, and we came up with this certified farm and fish kind of as the concept. So I hope we don't, and we have, there's so much work to be done to find the money and fight for the money. I hope we don't have to have a conversation about the definitions.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know if we were included in those conversations, but if there is a definition, that would be great. Okay. All right, fair enough.
Thank you. You're doing amazing work. I don't want to take away from it, so I do appreciate it. And I just, on that piece alone, the definition of consent, I feel like we spent a lot of time in statewide conversations on it. And it has multiple school systems.
Okay.
As well as, I mean, it was like 4 years ago, and then it actually passed in 21. So, yes, but the funding, to your point, for the school system remains the kind of the gap, and so I'm happy. And apparently,
Yeah, yes, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And
All right.
this conversation is an attack against what you guys are doing at all. It's just that we have been just so into it that we're trying to really understand it.
Well, and fair enough. And we are new to this conversation. That's why we had the study, we got the funding, and we wanted to really understand what farm to school dynamics are in the state. So, forgive us for being newbies, but,
No, you're fine.
this is why we're here today, to learn and to share. So we're okay.
Okay. Thank you. We thank you for all your comments. We appreciate them. Okay, we were talking about some different additional findings. And so some of the challenges for the LEAs, of course, the mismatch between the growing season and the school year. We know that in Maryland, a lot of our fresh fruits and vegetables are grown during the summer. And so we have a hard time getting them onto school meals just because of that disconnect. There's also a lack of time required to source products at the volume needed for school meals. All of our LEAs do not have a dedicated person like Beth that is going to go out and procure with those farmers and bring in fresh vegetables.
The inability to crop plan or forward contracts with the producers so that they know that it's coming later in the season, some staffing limitations, and also we do have stringent federal child nutrition requirements, including serving size, nutrition standards, labeling, and for minimally processed and processed food products within the state.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask a question about this?
Sure.
Please. One of the things that we hear a lot in Montgomery County is the limited ability to for processing, and to what extent is that shared as a challenge across the state?
Pretty well shared. It is one of the bigger limitations that we do have is that a lot of schools would love to have more fresh fruits and vegetables, but they do not have staff that can process them. And there are a limited amount of facilities within the state to process the food to be available for a school meal. It is one of our challenges and it is one of the recommendations that we have going forward, which Leslie will get to a little later.
Right. To increase the capacity, not only for the school systems, but also for the producers supplying to them. You know, the school systems don't have the staff, they don't have the equipment, they often don't have the space, you know, don't have the time. So they need products that are typically highly processed. One of the points that I was going to make later is that the child nutrition final rule was just recently passed, and it specifies geographic preference for locally grown, raised, caught, which is great. But then they say minimally processed or unprocessed, which kind of holds school districts back again because, you know, that's the products that are the hardest to really work with. We need to be able to have local products that are already processed. And on the, you know, on the other side, the farmers don't have the equipment. And so I know, you know, there are some grant resources out now to try to alleviate that on the producer side, but we need more of that. That's part of where the state funding comes in. We need more processing. We need more cold storage. And therefore we need the dollars. Yes.
Beth has done so well at this. And she's,
Were you going to compliment or throw it? It sounded like a compliment.
But she's been very creative. And we have so many other jurisdictions that I wonder if she's ever been given an opportunity to just talk about it, because maybe there's other people like Beth that could create these same things that she's done. Because if you look at meals, it really bothers me that it said farms to school, because that's not what we're doing here. I'm sorry, I believe in seeing what I say. I don't see it being farm to fresh, I see it being processed to schools. So how can we change that and come together and start? Beth has done it, you've done it,
Beth presents to our groups all.
Funding for it? I'm asking from a background, do you need more funding to implement? What would it look like? How could it be done? Because I look at it in a bigger scale. Right now, we're seeing more children being overweight. And if we're going to go to universal lunches, these are the things that we have to stop and consider.
Well, you're absolutely right. So it's infrastructure and investment. So infrastructure, both in schools, you know, Beth can tell you better than I can. A lot of schools don't have the equipment that they need, nonetheless, the staff. It's investment in infrastructure on the farmer side, the rancher side. It's both and. And I don't necessarily mean processed and cooked, or, you know, like what we talk about processed food. I'm talking about in terms of production. So the school cannot take, for instance, we were visiting a farm the other day who actually does supply to 2 school systems, and she grows baby carrots specifically because the school systems can't take a whole carrot and they don't have time to cut it up. Or corn. Corn needs to be, it's grown in the summer, it needs to be shucked and frozen. That's a processing capability so that it can be used later in the school year. So there's more of that is needed, and that, yes, is funding.
And I just want to plus one this, but representing the Maryland Food Bank, this is exactly what we advocate for and ask for, is how can we take locally grown fresh produce and stabilize it so we can distribute it year round? And there's a place to turn to get that processing to take place. So I'm just having a real kinship with you around it, thinking about whether there's something we could be doing together to even amplify our voices around the need for more processing capability in our state so that we can do more with the human-grown edible food that is available for us here in Maryland.
Exactly.
Because our growing season is constrained, and we have people that need access to good quality, nutritious food months out of the year.
Yeah, yes. So I would hope we would have this conversation, follow-up to this conversation. We really need to. Okay, can you go?
All right. So I spoke from the LEA side, and in the conversations with the Maryland producers, some of the findings that we found is that a lot of them do have interest in selling directly to schools. However, they have limited production capacity, like Leslie spoke about earlier. Most of our farms are small. We found out that I think all Maryland farms are certified small businesses, so they do have limited production capacity to especially supplied to larger school districts. And they also have that limited ability for cold storage, processing, and distribution, like we just had our conversation about.
Another problem is some of the counties require the farm to be GAP certified.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not all counties, they can't. Particularly the bigger LEAs, so the smaller farmers just don't have that certification.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's Washington County, Prince George's County, Baltimore County, and then there's one more, it might be Baltimore City, I don't recall.
I'm not sure. It's 4.
It's 4
Maryland
right now, yeah.
What does it mean?
And maybe it's Montgomery County, okay. Yeah.
Yes.
And it is Montgomery County. And,
Yeah.
I think I'll just note that one of the challenges that we've seen is we've had a number of farms that have pursued GAP certification in hopes of gaining access to new market opportunities, and that takes investment of time and financial resources. And then when local sourcing reaches additional barriers that aren't GAP certification related, it can be pretty complicated, or it can, really harm those relationships. So I think that's something that is important to keep in mind, is that if we put farms on a pipeline to pursue GAP certification, we need to make sure that the other steps, so that they can benefit from that investment of time and resources is materialized.
So a bit of a announcement, I'm going to put you on the spot, Grace. But so for one of our projects, which we'll talk about a bit later, we're trying to facilitate technical assistance in support of that. MDA does the training, but some of that hand-holding that's required, we're going to be working with Future Harvest. We're going to also be working with UMES and perhaps others to kind of help facilitate that.
A few other of the key findings from the agricultural producer side is that the processes for supplying to LEAs, the bureaucratic hurdles, overwhelming paperwork was a big barrier. And so we're hoping that technical assistance will help with that. Their pricing may not be competitive with larger distributors, and the GAP certification that we just spoke about. Some of the key recommendations, I'm going to pass over back to Leslie.
Okay, some of this we have started to talk about, but generally, what we saw in terms of challenges and solutions fell across these themes: policy, policy and practice, capacity, and investments. And when you provide improvements in these areas for farm to school, it's also going to provide improvements in the Maryland food system writ large, particularly if we're going to, really stick to focusing in Maryland. Next slide, please. The report outlined 8 recommendations. Much of what we've kind of talked about here, I'll read the recommendations, but we'll only focus on a few of them. One is to establish a formal long-term working coalition to set strategic statewide goals, benchmarks, and definitions to increase local foods in schools. Again, neither our consultants or we knew that there was already a working definition. So, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't even need another group, but we definitely need the people in this room to convene and talk about what our implementation strategies are going to be across the state. Ensure the prioritization of local foods by contracted parties. Establish and strengthen relationships between producers and school districts. Identify and secure multifaceted investments to sustain local foods and school meals. Enhance human capacity across all facets. Invest in food system infrastructure. Improve local procurement processes and guidelines, and develop equitable support for those producers who have been socially disadvantaged. Next slide. So to ensure financial sustainability, as I mentioned before, we need investment. There's no designated funding in the state. MDA and MSD will promote and further farm to school as they can when USDA grants arise, but there's no consistent work. And there should be, this should not be the sole source for really strategic implementation and sustainability. So we would advocate for state government to prioritize funding, including grants that incentivize schools to purchase local, which can facilitate premium pricing and help producers be competitive as compared to the national, the pricing that distributors might get. HB 147 obviously passed, was not funded. That provided grants to schools to purchase local foods, but it wasn't funded. So, it doesn't help us. Also, the need for public-private partnerships to build capacity among small farms. This could include training, just general business training, grants to farmers who are interested in the school market, providing that directly to the farmers, and other ideas that, that are needed. Next slide. This one is about infrastructure. We've talked a little bit about this already. Investment in infrastructure is sorely needed. The onus, because the schools can't do the processing that they need for quickly being able to heat and serve, the onus is on the producers. Well, if the producers don't have the equipment or the capacity or the training, where are we? We don't have a market and supply for farm to school. It also, increased processing would also be helpful to create commodity industries, such as, we have a lot of apples, so why aren't we making applesauce for schools? Why aren't we making tomato sauce for schools? Instead, schools are getting that through the USDA commodities. We could do that right here in the state. Also investing in hydroponics and other year-round growing methods that would help mitigate that difference between the growing season and the school year. Next slide. As mentioned, procurement is also another barrier to sustainability. We need more streamlined processes with procurement. And, right now procurement is not statewide, it's countywide. And, each county is different. Why can't we have something that's more uniform? Why can't we have higher thresholds for minimum standards or minimum threshold. If you have a micro and small threshold, why can't we raise that amount? So instead of 5,000, it's 10,000, or instead of 10,000, it's 20,000, so that the requirements typically for the paperwork are less onerous with those micro and small threshold purchases. So let's increase the purchase amount for those thresholds so that the producers don't have to go through this onerous paperwork. This is also going to be very important, you know, as we advocate that schools include local, you know, food products in their distributor contracts. But this will be very important because, as I mentioned earlier, USDA has now specified local in their geographic preference rule in the child nutrition final rule. And I think this is just going to increase the interest in local foods and the ability of school districts to request it in their contracts. As I mentioned, it's limited because it's only unprocessed or minimally processed, but nonetheless, it will stimulate some growth, we hope, with sourcing of local foods. As I mentioned also, you know, we see the need for a coalition to work on this, even though MDA and MSDE has these grants, it's not enough. We need to develop comprehensive strategies, including setting clear goals and targets, you know, being very specific about the policies that are needed and the funding that's needed. Next slide. So our next priority is actually to, you know, convene this stakeholder group, to talk to each one of you who are interested in this, who have a stakehold in this, so that we can work together as one to further farm to school in this state. We are also, next slide, we are also developing an online ordering and fulfillment system. We think this will help mitigate some of the barriers that both school systems and producers have when it comes to ordering. Most school systems don't have the time to reach out to the number of farmers that would be required to provide the capacity or the volume that they need for school meals. Usually the school district, with terms of local foods, only orders for special tastings, you know, get to taste Maryland apples, get to taste Maryland callaloo. We want to see local foods incorporated in school meals. So that requires volume, and that requires a lot of producers. And so what we're trying to create a mechanism for them to be able to connect order and supply. That is under development now. So that system would serve as a hub for LEAs to source, procure, receive distribution of product, and it would also house a database of local producers with information on everything that they can provide. And those lists right now that we have already cultivated include the Maryland, the MDA Certified Farmers List, Maryland's Best List, as well as others that we have just met along the way who may not already be included in those lists. There will also be, hopefully very soon, procurements that will go on to the state bid board that will announce this project and another one, and basically calling on producers and aggregators to participate in the procurement to supply foods to school districts. Next slide, please. So this system we call the local food exchange. Again, we see it as an opportunity to increase local, not California, Maryland, food procurement among our Maryland schools, and for Maryland producers to be able to participate in the child nutrition programs. So we also, next slide, please. We also see that our work aligns very well with some of the aims and goals of this council, which is to increase access to and use of technology for bringing producers to consumers. And in this case, our consumers are school districts and, of course, students. And we think it's really a win-win for all. So that is really our presentation, and we'd like to engage you in additional questions or discussion. Yes, please.
It's perceived to be a barrier amongst some or many small producers to want to sell their products directly at retail markets, to be able to service institutional contracts. That's very good. Well, supporting small producers. And of course, aggregation is the key to all of this work. That's just a great challenge.
So I think, and so when I'm serving local, when I serve something local, I just never pay for it. And then I serve something that's less, so I get commodity applesauce, I'll commodity applesauce as well. So the student might take the 21 free applesauce today, and I might take the 32 cent.
Also,
Somewhere between.
yeah.
Somewhere between. Usually, I have a contract with the local 43 bushels of apples a month. So we set the price in the beginning of the year. Why snacks? I'll legal. I do my procurement piece. But I find that it's pre-pandemic, put out a blanket RFP to all the farmers in the area, and they didn't get one bid because the process is so tedious going through and the process and all that stuff. So I purchased all of our lettuces from our 3 hydroponic farmers in the area. The price is a little higher than I think it's good to deliver it. But like for me, the product will last longer because it's longer, so I'm not losing items, you know, and then I can order, I don't have to order full cases, I can order half cases at a time, so it comes in pressure. So, but I'm paying more per head, but it lasts longer.
Right.
Yeah, I come from a restaurant background, so you know, you have a crab cake, you try to price it as low as you can, but still it's high, but you're paying $20 a pound. And you have to get there. You know, that you're pricing to get your.
And Steve, not all, that's why we call her the poster child, right? She's a star. Not all food service directors want to go through that. And they can easily use their entitlement dollars to buy from from DOD Fresh, which is the USDA program. And they'll say, well, I'm sorry, you know, but I don't really want to, you know, take the time, effort, and don't have the budget to buy from the local guy. So that's why there's systems changes that are needed to help facilitate this supply from the local producers in terms of funding and, you know, other necessary things from processing and distribution, and even the streamlining of the paperwork. Right.
So can I ask, related to that, so if we were to look at a statewide plan, how the home rule for each of the counties could a culturally appropriate localized school market process work, knowing that it's home rule, right? Knowing that each county has a choice.
Yeah.
How do we improve upon that at the state level?
Well, that's an excellent question. And we have tried to get around that by basically having the procurement, not so much, well, some of that facilitation and procurement come at the state level. And we actually have run across barriers or have, you know, had problems with that. But I think that's where it has to happen. And I really don't know other than to suggest that. I think either MSDE or MDA needs to the facilitators and maybe the procurers of the product to kind of bypass the county.
So I think going along the same line, I was gonna actually ask you that. But both of you, if there's any examples anywhere of multiple counties working together, like I'm thinking your registrars, because I think of who your registrars are, you know. So especially smaller counties.
So I sent that, I've sent that bid that we put together out to the rest of the counties around me and said, hey, they can ramp up capacity. One I get to use from, the other group. And you just need to piggyback off me.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of ordering.
Yeah.
It's just one more step for them. It's just one more invoice they have to process. So it's, I don't know how to explain it. I think we're so overwhelmed doing everyone is short staffed. People don't have the skill set for it to come in and work it out. A lot of times when they get the working, it's already put up in the bags. Carry, you receive your job, right? Like my girls are, we're taking time to teach them how to and with the and they say like my team buys off on it. So I've been doing it 13 years, right? People in the positions to care. There's so many issues, and like correct me if I'm wrong, but basically only 3% of our farmers are raising table crops.
Right.
3%.
Right.
And then you want to feed how many kids?
Right.
And then Delaware 17%. So they're a better hit for me because I'm on that border. It's how do we help them or interest them? I mean, a lot of times they'll say, well, I'm not selling for that. You know what I mean? And really, it's just the farmers who care, who really want to be in the school system because they can go to the farmer's market or sell. I think we need to help the small farmers get back certified so the distributors will pick up from them and aggregate for them. Because to me, that's the answer. It's to have aggregation centers and distributors so we don't have to think about it. We need some kind of system where they have accountability and traceability of that.
I think the challenge, I know your thoughts on this, the challenge is, so I would just Google Caroline County Middle School System, 5,666 students, right? My kids go to Prince George's County Public School System. Their high school has 2,500 people.
Right.
So their one high school that my kids go to are half of your entire county. And so how do we scale this?
So my point to that is yes, I always practice when I get up and say, I'm a small LA. When my school is 5,400 students, I have highest participation in the state of Maryland. There's a reason for that. Is take 5, put them all in little pots. Take the 5 schools, take the elementary school, the middle school, and the 3 elementary schools that feed into that, and let's start there. And start it little at a time. Get this one set, and then move it to the next one, and then move it to the next one.
Which would mean that the county would need to be able to give agency to do those kind of work offerings.
And if I could mention, I'm sorry.
It's the what?
That's correct. It's not the county.
Yes.
Yeah.
Each of them have a supervisor for their region. Do you maybe, so it would be having that supervisor make those contacts with the farmers. Right.
So in Montgomery County, just for context, each day they produce more meals than Walt Disney World. So, the volume is not even comparable, but I think the thing that I admire is that each director has tremendous capacity to tailor whatever their challenges are and, with the resources that are available. So the systems that you're talking about here are what enables the local jurisdictions to tailor based on their unique needs. So whether it's regional or specific schools or a specific level of school. But so I think I just want to commend that and really appreciate that. I did have a couple really nerdy procurement questions that I think are probably useful. So are there concerns that procurement rules or agreements for sourcing for each of the local jurisdictions will prohibit them from using your platform?
So So I'm glad you asked that. So a couple of things. So first of all, our vision was to have a high enough threshold that it would encompass anything that the county would order. So the producers who could prepare whatever the paperwork would be required for our system would not have to deal with any other county, and that the school districts would have an MOU with us, and we would be able to facilitate this procurement at the highest threshold levels. Because of some of the stumbling blocks we have received from working with state procurement, we may not be able to do that right now. And yes, my concern is working with individual counties could be a stumbling block for what we're trying to do, and might make the availability of products spotty across different counties. And it will require producers, you know, they would have to right now determine which county they would want to work in. And, you know, if it's multiple counties, it might require paperwork, different paperwork from multiple counties. If we could have some leverage in terms of how we envision this, then we, you know, we could have, you know, say a $5 million ceiling, and, you know, you just do all the transactions through our system on both from the school district side and the producer side. And that could eliminate some of those barriers.
And will the vendors be monitored or vetted, or can?
Yeah, there's a whole criteria, et cetera, and it's envisioned that, you know, aggregation would be a large part of it. So if the producer can only give us 10 pounds of tomatoes, the system would be able to identify who else has tomatoes and be able to put together a distribution plan to ensure this district can get what they want. So, you know, those are the ideas. The system is an RFP will probably go out spring of next year. But, you know, we're working on those details now, and we're talking county procurement and trying to work through some of the barriers, but it's you know, it's in progress. I'll put it to you that way.
Some of the other issues from our lens is that if we have broccoli on the menu for that week, and the producer doesn't have broccoli for that week because of rain or drought or something, like it's hit or miss for us.
Yeah.
Our menus are very detailed, as you know, because they, you know, we just need to make sure that we are not mindfully.
Yeah.
So we have to serve 3-4 cups of red, orange, or we have to serve half a cup of leafy green. If they don't have it, then we're scrambling to get that green in. It has to be a green item.
Yeah.
So it's not like we just substitute a vegetable in there. And then the other thing is small farmers, is sometimes they can't eat the size. Like we can't get all 180 pound apples because of the size variation when the farmer's picking it. So it's hard. I mean, it's hard for the farmers to give us exactly what we need because of the restrictions we have with USDA.
Yeah.
So to me, I think that my solution is we have aggregation through aggregation sites within the state around with like freezing. If the farmers are local, that one group of farmers, how them grow, not just one crop either, but to grow early as late so that we can process it, we can serve it all year long.
Yeah.
That's, to me, that's the solution.
Yeah.
And then look at the 4P food model where they're doing that spoken model of aggregation centers for the Mid-Atlantic. You know, North Carolina, we get citrus from, we can't get citrus from Pennsylvania. As to looking at, instead of just the state of Maryland, people know we food resilient. We all know that because we don't have table crops. Is looking at that Mid-Atlantic for that sustainability. So I'm all
I'm gonna interrupt us now to keep time for lunch. I'm sorry. We're gonna take a break until 1:45. We have lunches set up over there. If you requested a dietary accommodation, it should be labeled for you with your name. So please make sure to not take someone else's lunch if it has a name on it. And we're going to hear from Grace Leatherman and more from Beth after lunch.
Nice to have a copy.
Of course.
Thank
This
you.
is the full report. This is executive summary.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, she stopped and then came back and I.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started in a minute, in a second. We have Grace. We have Grace Leatherman coming to talk to us now.
Grace, are you standing? Want to share? Are you standing or do you want to share as well?
I'm gonna stand because I was a teacher and I don't know how to nod. That's okay. All right. Yeah. Cool. And once I see what time it is, I don't talk forever.
We can cue you.
Okay.
We got you.
You have about an hour. An hour? Okay. Start now.
I think we're all here for the most part.
Not here, raise your hand.
Okay, Grace, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I'm Grace Leatherman. I'm the Executive Director of Future Harvest. Like I said when I introduced myself, Future Harvest is a membership nonprofit that serves the Chesapeake Bay watershed pretty much from the Pennsylvania line down. So we serve Maryland, Virginia, Delaware, West Virginia, and Washington, D.C. And we've got about 1,400 members. About 600 of those are farmers, but we also have lots of folks who just support a just and equitable food system. Consumers, folks who are involved in the food system, like you all are in many different ways. So we're a community organization, a membership organization. And the primary way that we serve farmers is through education. So they very kindly invited me to speak to you all today. So I'm going to talk just kind of generally about our programs and what we do. My apologies to those of you who already know us pretty well, and sorry, I'm going to see it again. But I don't have major specific policy recommendations, but I have been talking to farmers a lot. And so I will be talking at the end about things that continue to come up in conversation with farmers, particularly the farmers we work with, and we'll be sharing those. So here's our vision and our mission. Our mission is to advance agriculture that sustains farmers, communities, and the environment. And we really believe that we can do all of that together, that those things can go hand in hand, but it is hard. We know that farmers in Maryland, all farmers in Maryland, lead the nation in terms of conservation practices, in terms of bay-friendly agriculture. And we want to make sure that farmers are able to do that they're able to build healthy soils while also making incomes that support their families, that support their communities. So it's a tricky balancing act, but I think we can really support that through education and connecting farmers with resources. So we can go to the next one. And just about who exactly are our farmers, what kind of farmers are we talking about? Our farmers tend to be smaller scale. A lot of our farmers are farming under 10 acres. I do have some larger scale farmers as well. We do work with some larger commodity farmers, but most of our farmers are about 60% are produce farmers. So this is small scale food crop. I think somebody said 3% of our agriculture is food crops. Well, those are our farmers. Yay, our 3%. So I'm here to talk about those folks. We also have folks growing flowers, certainly. We also have a lot of farmers who are grazing livestock, a lot of grass-fed beef, sheep, goats, honey, specialty crops, all that sort of thing. So we are a place where those farmers can get trained and where they can come for education and for community. We talk a lot about regenerative farming. I don't think I need to pitch this to you all. A lot of this is going to be preaching to the choir here. Just a short definition there. But the general idea behind the methods that we teach at Future Harvest is that we want to be actually building up the environment through farming. That we want the soil actually be better than when our farmers started farming. And that's amazing for carbon sequestration. It's amazing for, if we're continuing to build up the soil, that's great for erosion prevention. It's even great for profit. You know, we find that farmers, when they are actually focusing on building up that environment, whether it's soil, whether it's biodiversity, that they can actually increase profit as well. So we teach cover cropping, pastured livestock, agroforestry, all sorts of methods that farmers can be using on their land to actually improve the environment on the land that they're farming at the same time that they're hopefully sustaining and building their families as well. So again, we have a big focus on regenerative farming, on family and community health, on Chesapeake Bay health. We also have a big focus on food access, on food system security, which is why I'm here. And my predecessor, Dina, was here too. We really think that supporting local food farmers is a big part of this picture. And I think, are there any farmers? So we don't have as much. I think it's really important that we have a farming voice here as part of this discussion about how we build a sustainable food system in this area. And planet health. I mean, again and again, we learn so much more about how farming can help not just the Bay, but how this is generally good soil practices, good farming practices are important for climate health. And again, not just like stopping bad things, but actually, again, sequestering carbon, improving biodiversity. There's so much we can be doing that actually makes things better instead of just stopping the crisis, which is exciting. All right, next one. So I know Steve was just looking at the ag census for fun. I don't know how many of you read the ag census for fun, but you have no doubt heard that farmers tend to be older. I think we're pushing 60 now is the average age of farmers in America. I think 96% of farmers in the United States are white. Many are folks who have been on land for 3 or 4 generations. And again, that's not what our particular group of farmers tends to look like. Lots of people say to me, oh, it must be so depressing for you to work in farming because no one wants to be a farmer anymore. That is not my experience in this job. And I've been here for 2 years, by the way. So I will say that although, 2 years is something, I'm still actually fairly new in this position, still learning in so many ways. But my experience is people want to farm. They really do. This can be a problem too, but there is a romance to it. There is something really special about having a connection with land. And lots of people have that dream in their head, like, one of these days I'm gonna leave my job and I'm gonna go start a farm. And that's great. It can be really disastrous if you just kind of go off without training. So a lot of what we do is take some of this exciting energy and channel it into good training through our beginning farmer training program. I grew up on a farm, and I never saw farming as a viable career option. So I went, and I also liked history, so I became a history teacher, and that was great. History's good, teaching is good, but I always, you saw the picture at the front, like I've always had chickens in my backyard. I married a farmer. I always volunteered in 4-H. I could never let go of that farming bug. But for me, as a young person moving into a career, I just didn't know how you even made that a career. And so what we do at Future Harvest is we do try to make that, we support that step, that yeah, this is something you can actually do. Here's how. Let us connect you with mentors. Let us connect you with resources. So our beginning farmer training program, like everything we do at Future Harvest, is based on a peer-to-peer educational model. We believe that farmers learn best from other farmers. We're certainly bringing in lots of university-trained experts as well, but we think that people really learn well from their peers. So this is a 12-month immersive experience, and we've got different levels. We want to meet people where they are. Level 1 is for sort of the farm curious. Maybe that's some of you. You're like, well,
Who isn't farm curious? Let's say that, right?
Yeah. I like working at a food bank, yes.
So this is complicated.
Yeah.
So it's not all milk and honey.
No.
My father's grandfather was a sharecropper.
Yeah.
And so my aversion to farming is cultural, historical, racial, all of those things. I want to say It's not good to be a farmer. I'm just saying it's really complicated.
I completely agree, and this is something we hear a lot. And in our beginning farmer training program, there are a lot of people who have that experience, but we also have people who have that in their background and say, I want to turn that around and own this. So we actually, about 50% of our beginning farmers are Black, and many consider themselves returning to the land.
I appreciate all that. We can't do it without acknowledging.
Oh, yeah. No, I completely agree. And that's, yes. And that romance can get in the way of other very practical and historical implications. And because of that, what we realized is a lot of our farmers want a specific cohort to work with other farmers who've had that experience, who are coming back to the land, who have been, historically, their families have been deprived of land, and they're entering it together. We've got what we call the Agriculture Leadership Development Initiative, which is it's for more experienced farmers still in their first 10 years of farming, but more experience. You know, this is not like how to grow carrots. This is a group of folks who want a specific cohort for underserved farmers who have that historical experience to farm together and build community as they work through this. Because yes, the agriculture history in this area is really tough, and I think there's a lot of that. We can't ignore that history there. Absolutely. Thank you. And we do, this beginning farmer training program allows all different types of people to try it. So they try that level 1 and they see if they like it. And quite frankly, a lot of them don't. Maybe they do. The ones who think it's shiny, they try it and they're like, well, actually, I don't like being this dirty. Or there are other folks who think, I've got a complicated history with this, but I'm going to try it, and they find that they fall in love, and in fact, there's something that could be really powerful for them and for their families in it. So level 1 is about trying it. You do it, again, you do some classroom work, but a lot of what we do is on-farm. It's on-farm field days. It's on-farm workshops. We've got one on, let's see, we've got a garlic one in a couple weeks. We had folks seeding this past weekend, so they really are out there doing projects with farmers. Level 2 is our flagship program, and that's been going since 2012. And so at the moment, we're serving about 90 farmers a year. We've graduated over 500 farmers through the program. Level 2, it's classroom work, it's field days, but it's also 200 hours of mentorship with a farmer. So, and again, we don't really think, well, it's actually probably not even a great idea to just totally start without having put in that work with someone who's experienced. So we make sure that we match that. We have an amazing community of farmers. Again, all kinds of crop systems, all types of backgrounds. We make that happen. Level 3 is for folks who are farming, but they need sort of a higher level of mentorship, something very specific. So like you've been farming 5 years, but you're struggling on irrigation. We can match you with a mentor who can help on irrigation. Or, your turkey farm, you've got it going, but you really just need to work with a more experienced turkey farmer. So it's almost like you end up with a phone a friend sort of situation where you have a colleague who's more experienced but in that same vein, that same process that you're working on. Yes?
So Grace, how are you able to finance this wonderful work?
Fabulous question. A lot of this is financed. We're about 90% funded through a smorgasbord of USDA grants, which is great. Yay, thank you to the USDA. The BFRDP program is wonderful. It is always a little nerve-wracking. Beth just said, what have you guys been doing? Well, we've been writing our BFRDP grant because we're at the end of another 3-year cycle. So fingers crossed, we are part of this always slightly precarious grant funding. So we do have some contributors and that sort of thing, but most of this is USDA funded. So thanks for asking about that. Anyway, this is really at the heart. This has really built a community, and what we find is the studies we have done, about 75% of folks who go through the level 2 do stay in farming or ag adjacent jobs like mine. So they are staying. This provides good support, and they actually become our trainers, which has been really fun. A lot of our folks who came in as kind of newbies and getting their feet wet, they are staying and they are now becoming our more experienced farmers, so that's great. Next one. Okay, yeah, so just a little bit more about that. Like I said, the farmers in our programs and in our membership don't look like the ag census, which is, I think, kind of exciting. So about 65% are identify as female, 50% identify as Black. We also have people from countries all over the world who are really excited about growing produce from where they grew up and that serves their communities. So that's, oh no. Awesome, sorry.
Time to your laundry.
Yeah, it is. Can I serve who doesn't turn off Thank you, Bill. That's what it's. That's the thing about working from home, is you turn over the laundry at 2 o'clock. All right. So another thing that we've really been focusing on, the thing about this every 3-year process is, while it gives us a lot of gray hair, it does allow us to reevaluate every 3 years as we rewrite our grant. So the last 3 years, we've really been focusing on business fundamentals for our farmers. We know we're pretty good at teaching them how to grow vegetables, but you're not going to stay in business if you don't have that strong business fundamentals. So we've added that in, and that's been really, really important for our farmers. All right, next one. Again, Agricultural Leadership Development Initiative, this is targeted for underserved farmers. Quite a number of different underserved communities. Monica Newman is running this. She's a Navy veteran, and she's a farmer herself, so that's been really exciting. But this group is, they work together as a cohort, they visit other farms, they're working on advocacy skills, they're working on grant writing, some skills, again, not learning how to farm, but taking their businesses to the next level, but also building communities and advocating for their communities and their farms as well. So this has been a nice addition. Next one. All right, our Pick Your Own Consultant program, which actually we're shifting to call the Choose Your Own Consultant program, because we want to make sure that folks know this is not just for Pick Your Own farmers. This is a mini grant program we have, and we've, in terms of funding, we've been patching this together in different ways, getting it funded with all different sources because it's so important. It's only $1,000, but $1,000 could go a long way when you hire a consultant to come onto your farm and advise you on the particular issue that you're having. Again, is it irrigation? Is it pests? Is it getting someone, some folks use it to write their will. They hire a lawyer so that they make sure that there's that succession plan in their family. It's someone paying $1,000 for someone to look at their QuickBooks and give them advice on their chart of accounts. So sometimes even just little infusions of cash can make a big difference if you're a small farmer. Next one. If we go for second generation, we have a field school, and much like a community college might have all different programs. You know, we have the beginning farmer training program, we have the Aldi program, but all of them are part of the field school. And we don't have classrooms, we're a fully remote organization. I've got staff all over the Chesapeake region, but we are on farms, and our classes are on farms. And yes, we do have these programs that you can enroll in. So if you want to be in level 1 and you want to do this for a year, that's fantastic. But if you just want to come out for our chicken processing day, that's fine too. You can just come and take a class with us. So members get a discount, but we do have lots of folks who just come out periodically when there's something that interests them. So we have a wide variety. I think we had 27 field days last year. So there's just all kinds of opportunities, both for, again, people who are thinking about making the leap into farming, but also if you're an experienced farmer, but you want to do a little bit more training in something specific, you come to that particular field day. So yeah, lots of good stuff going on there. All right, our Million Acre Challenge program. And this was funded, some of you are probably familiar with the Town Creek Foundation, which sunsetted, I think in 2019. And as they were closing down, they funded our Million Acre Challenge program. At the moment, we're partnered with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and American Farmland Trust on this. And I know those of you who are on the Environment and Production, that one, Environmental and Production Subcommittee, so many subcommittees in my brain. Not just from this organization. I know you've heard about the Million Acre Challenge, so I won't say too much, but this is really that soil health underlies everything we do, all the classes we teach, but Million Acre Challenge specifically really focuses in on soil health. And while a lot of our classes and workshops on farms tend to be that smaller scale, 10 acres and under crop production, we bring in a lot more commodity farmers with the Million Acre Challenge as well. Because this is something that all farmers really need to know about. It's become so important, again, for the environment, but also economically. In many ways, focusing on soil health just makes sense. So we've got some, if you're a member of the program, you get free soil testing, and it's sent to the labs at Cornell, and it's part of the PASA benchmarking study. So farmers are able to make improvements on their land that are funded because we help connect them with different programs, and then they're able to actually see the change that makes and compare it to other folks in the region. So that's an amazing thing, really. So we have citizen scientists, essentially, who are doing soil testing, soil science on their farms. This is a networking opportunity. So we have different study circles throughout the region. We've got folks who are focusing on pastured livestock, for example. They just got together in Dickerson the other day and had a meet up and did some education. So this is connecting farmers who are interested in soil health with each other. And again, that peer-to-peer learning is taking place. Consumer engagement as well. We're helping consumers realize the importance of soil health and how that plays into the importance of local food and the local environment. And farm profitability. Again, how can soil health contribute to farm profit? So the Million Acres, the goal of this project was to have 1 million acres. Maryland is about 2 million agricultural acres. The goal is to have 1 million under regenerative soil practices. Officially registered in this program were 44,000, but that's growing all the time, and I think there's lots of different ways we can define this, but the point of this was to be audacious, that we need to set big goals if we want to make major changes. And just to note that we are part of PASA's Climate Smart work, and we're connected with lots of other Climate Smart projects as well. So we're excited about how this is going to grow. We have an annual conference. How many of you have been to our conference? Yay! Okay, not enough. We did go online during COVID, but the last 2 years we've been in College Park, and before COVID we were in College Park. It's moved around before that. It may move again this year. Actually, it's a decision I have to make this week. Woo-hoo. Nothing going on. But the conference is really critical in terms of being a community gathering place for the farmers in our network. Again, these are folks who may not see themselves in wider farming communities, and it's a chance to connect with each other and to learn from each other. We generally have around 500 people. We've got breakout sessions on all different topics, both for beginning farmers and those more advanced farmers. There's community sessions. We usually have great keynote speakers, lots of exhibitors. You exhibited, thank you, exhibitors. So I do hope you'll come. It's usually in January, so come out this year, whether you're a farmer or not. It's certainly a place where consumers can come and learn about things, folks who are involved in the food system, lots of different learning and networking opportunities there. So we're a membership organization. We're $50 a year if anybody wants to join. Not too bad. We've got a membership directory, discounts on field school programming, discounts with industry partners. And again, a lot of our membership work is just about creating connections. We started having member meetups. So we had 3 at local breweries last summer where members could come out and have a free beer together and just meet those other farmers. Because farming can be very isolating. And if you are just out there in the field and you don't know other people who you can call up when they have a pest issue or something that comes up, it can be really hard. So we think that a lot of our function is just creating these membership networks. You don't need the slide. I'm sure you all know this. But we try to educate consumers as well about how they can support these local farmers. Actually, we can go to the next one. One of our programs, for example, is Go Grass Fed. So a lot of what we do is focused on educating and supporting farmers. but we do have that consumer-facing angle as well, because we truly believe that, I mean, actually, I was just talking to some of these folks over here, like, I want to make sure there's a market when I'm supporting beginning farmers. Like, is there somewhere that my farmers can sell their food if I'm training up new farmers? Because otherwise there's no point in beginning farmer training programs. So we focus on consumer-focused projects as well. Go Grass Fed focused on educating consumers about why you should think about grass-fed beef, why it is worth that premium. How do you cook it in ways that are different than you might corn-fed beef? So that was a great project, and we're hoping to move into more consumer education as well. Just some resources on our website, and these are things that we want to keep growing and improving as funding allows. We do have a Find a Farmer map. There are lots of great farmer finding tools in Maryland, but this is one. And again, we have a member directory, so members can find each other as well. All right, so I do want to have just a general discussion about farmer needs, but I want to stop and see if anyone has questions about the services we provide as Future Harvest programming. Yes?
Question about your impression as to how your members are interfacing with University of Maryland's educators and specialists. Like,
yep. Sure, we work very closely with Extension. Actually, a lot of our grants, we're partners on each other's grants in all kinds of ways. And I think you need both. So we will often refer farmers to Extension with specific questions. Extension may refer farmers to us if a farmer wants to find another farmer in a similar situation. Again, we're kind of that peer-to-peer model where Extension is bringing in a lot of fantastic new university innovation. So it's a very close partnership. In fact, beginning farmer training program started out as a collaboration. I think it's important that you get both science instruction and also instruction from other farmers who are doing similar work. So yeah, lots of hand-in-hand work there. Mm-hmm.
How do you see a lot of people doing a lot of urban farming? Are you seeing that increase over time? And do you incorporate, training on that?
Yes, absolutely. That has been increasing. I mean, even just in the past 2 years that I've been there, we're seeing big increases in urban farming. I think there was a lot of energy that grew during the pandemic, and that has been sustained. So yes, many of our members are urban farmers. A lot of our trainees are being asked to be paired with urban farmers. I just wrote a grant for urban farming to USDA because that's a huge demand. And I mean, we know that a lot of our food access issues are in urban areas. So there are definitely farmers who are interested in stepping into that breach. Yes?
How do you help the farmers with funding and capital?
Yes, it's a huge issue. And there's, in terms of Future Harvest, I mean, I'm giving out $1,000 grants, that's not going to go terribly far. But we do try to make sure that we are teaching farmers where they can go. So we tell them about Marbitco, and Marbitco has a lovely grant for our farmers. We tell them about, we have a lot of our USDA grants actually require that we teach about FSA, that we teach about other resources that USDA has. We try to, again, that peer-to-peer model, we try to provide examples of other farmers who have received capital and how they did that, because, I mean, very often just looking at the paperwork is overwhelming. So we do think, and this is actually something we were just talking, we need to do a better job at this, is that storytelling and showing farmers, like, here's another farmer who did do it. But, I mean, capital remains a giant issue. And that goes hand in hand, particularly in this region, with land access. So that's very hard, just to be perfectly frank. Yes?
So you're working at kind of smallish, regional scale.
Mm-hmm.
Are there opportunities that other states offer that would be beneficial for Maryland to offer to farmers, like small food farmers that could, or do you see that Maryland is really looking at offering other food services?
That's a great question. So the Beginning Farmers and Ranchers Development Program that we're part of through USDA, there are beginning farmer training programs all over the country. So we go to that conference and we've learned a lot from other state programs. And are you talking specifically about capital?
Not necessarily, just
know, we met as a state council.
Yeah.
Create recommendations for the General Assembly or for other types of, and if you don't have an answer now, I'm just curious if we could think about it. And maybe we just go back.
Yeah, there's a number of things I've noticed in national programs that I think we could certainly bring to many of the conversations. Yeah, but I have to say, agriculture in Maryland is, the programs we have, MBA, I actually think it's very impressive. But there is a lot we could bring in for other states as well that I think I could add on to specific policy discussions. Yeah, and it's been nice. Actually, this was my first year going to the FRDP conference, and there was a lot that I brought back. Like there's an amazing tool share in Massachusetts, for example, we can talk about. So yeah, we can there's definitely ideas we can import from other states. Other questions about Future Harvest? Yes.
I was just wondering if you can go back to what you were saying about land access.
Yes.
I'm curious, I know how that's handled in some other states and cities, and I'm curious what your take on that is here in Maryland. You said it was difficult, challenging. Can you just unpack that a little bit?
Yeah, well, I mean, the price of land is very high. We know this. We live here. And so there are some amazing programs like the Next Gen program where farmers, Steve can give you lots more details, but there are programs to help farmers get access to land. And certainly the USDA has some programs as well. But again, just the price here is so much higher. And for my farmers in our program, some of them are folks who have been on the land for 4 generations. Most are not. Most are starting from scratch. So that can be very, very challenging. There's some hopeful things that have been kind of percolating. I think we need to do a lot better job matching landowners and farmers, because I hear that from both farmers and landowners. And that's something Future Harvest wants to do a better job on, is helping with that matchmaking process. A lot of times leases don't always work out well. You need to figure out how to do that ethically. And if you're thinking about soil health, leasing is not always a great option because you put all this work into the soil and then you have to leave. You can't really build up infrastructure with a lease. So that's tough. We were just talking to DNR a little bit, just very preliminarily. There are some farmers leasing parkland. What can that look like if we think more about food crops on parkland? And there's a long discussion ahead about that, but we do have a lot of parkland in Maryland and a lot of government land. So are there things there? So those are just some of the things we've been thinking about lately. But again, when we have farmers who, their families have historically been disenfranchised, how do we help support that as getting those farmers land? That's particularly important. So again, I am fairly new to policy. But what we have been doing, I did talk to my policy committee yesterday, but we've just been talking to farmers about what are the issues that we're facing. And I really value this group as a Food Systems Resiliency Council, because I do think our farmers play a pretty critical role in emergency management. I will say, I mean, I think we heard in Leslie's presentation that agriculture is our #1 industry. So we know that just economically, this makes sense. It makes sense to support agriculture. I think we can all see around us how much agritourism has grown. I was at a farm brewery this weekend. It's very nice to be able to drink a beer in my neighborhood with my kid playing in a field. That's great. We know that this can really drive the economy in important ways. We know the commodity crops are very important. We know chicken's really important. But again, I do think that emergency management piece is important. I've told this story too many times, but I had tiny kids when the pandemic started, 1 and 4. And I don't think I've ever quite gotten over that feeling of, is this food system definitely going to be there for me to feed my kids? I mean, so I take this very personally as a mom, that I do want to make sure that our farmers are helping create a resilient food system in case there are shocks. And I know that I myself, I don't have all the answers today, but I want to be part of making sure that our farmers are there to fill that breach. And I know that there are numbers, but I want to make sure that we know how much food we need to produce where in a crisis, And we talked about stockpiles earlier in the day. You know, how many days worth of PPE do you need? I want to make sure that we have a stockpile of farmers and infrastructure and arable land in case of a crisis, because that's a lot stickier. You don't turn around new farmers as fast as you start a new PPE line. So I want to make sure that that's there in case there are future shocks. I think that's really important. So with that in mind, here are just some things that the farmers have been telling me that they need to stay viable as farmers in this area. I mean, obviously, at our heart is education. I do think on-farm training is critical, and we have to continue to support it. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt your talk. You know, all of us always emphasize farmers, small farmers, this and that. But to me, I don't see we have enough emphasis to promote our small-scale producers. For instance, like I saw somewhere like we have mentioned farm business consultant $1,000 charge. And when a farmer needs, let's say, to treat or goat or sheep, a bit, charge is $250 to treat one goat. And there are so much frustrations I heard. I listened to small producers. But what do you think, like, how we can promote the small-scale producers who have enthusiasm to produce more, but they don't have enough support?
Yes.
How do we help this kind of enthusiastic farmers group?
I hear that a lot, that there are farmers who could produce more. They're into it, they've got a farm, but they are in that what you were talking about, Leslie, that there are people who are producing under $10,000 who could go farther with the proper supports. And again, I think that comes back to the emergency management issue as well, that actually we could be producing more, we could have more capacity if we lean into it. And that's really been the big thing I've noticed is, I think with serious investment, we really can do something pretty significant, but there does have to be serious investment. This training issue, both for our existing farmers, I mean, the existing farmers who are pushing 60 per the census, there's always new innovation. So all farmers, even if you've been farming for 50 years, you need to be always having that new training, right? So, and for our new farmers, we really need constant support and training for our new farmers as well. So that's us, that's Future Harvest. Again, if the BFRDP doesn't come through, that'll be tough for us and tough for education. That also means for extension, we really need to just continue to support extension, MDA, the soil conservation districts. There are groups doing education in this field, and all of us need more capacity. Yes?
So I was just having this conversation earlier this week. So I was trying to articulate where all of these things you just mentioned fit in our landscape.
Yep.
And I spent 30 minutes discussing this, and I would like to pitch this back to you.
Yeah.
And see if our understanding of this conversation earlier this week was correct. So what we would kind of see is Future Harvest, is a nonprofit, really works with kind of the small farmers who are up and coming, training them, getting in this new workforce of farmers. Then they can move to extension, or extension works with them to kind of implement not only nutrient management planning, but the economic development, the writing of plans, bills, all the stuff that you talked about. Extension can help with that. And additionally, extension has a much broader, we work with the large community, right? In a way that we need. And then NDA has, again, their own programs and grants that are doing all of this in conjunction with the extension. But then you have the soil conservation districts.
Yep.
And then we also have the NRCS offices.
Yep.
And so there's all these different entities. So the soil conservation districts are paid by NDA, but they're separate, and they're in those counties, and all counties, you have an NRCS office, then
offices, and most of the counties, but not all counties, and they had different funding sources that were available to farmers. And so we were kind of going through this whole landscape ourselves, trying to articulate where everyone was in this landscape. And to be honest, it took us who are expertise in this area like a long time to talk through it and make sure we were clear on this.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, just pushing that back to you, how do you feel you've been in this landscape, other people have been in this landscape, and how can we articulate to farmers who are either already in the space or might be in the space or even an environmental group who wants information, like where to go in this landscape?
And CRS is.
National Resource Conservation Service. So
They're federal, but they may be state, but you can get a lot of the grants for like building things on farm comes from the NRCS.
Yes. So, well articulated, first of all, and yes, that. So, first of all, and this comes down to my next bullet too, which is technical assistance. All of those organizations that you mentioned provide resources and technical assistance and training. And so just my general plug for policy is, to the extent that we can affect it on a state level, all of us need more capacity. None of those groups that you mentioned has enough people, feel like they have enough people on the ground. So that's the first thing. All of us need technical assistance and educational capacity in whatever way that's possible. In terms of where Future Harvest fits in, again, I think we're very much sort of grassroots, again, farmer to farmer education, farmer to farmer support, and helping farmers connect to those resources. That's a lot of what Million Acre Challenge does. And the other thing is we have a little bit more freedom as a nonprofit, that we can kind of move around and connect in different ways. So a lot of what we do on the ground is connecting, say, hey, you should go talk to NRCS, you should go talk to Extension. So that's our spot, but it is complicated and it is overwhelming for farmers. And again, that's why we need more of all of us. I mean, again, if this is our #1 industry, if this is critical to emergency management, in general, all of us need more investment because it is a lot for farmers. There are resources, there are grants, there are programs where you can get money to put up fencing, you can get money to do cover cropping. It's great, but you have to know where it is. And ideally, it's helpful to have someone you can call up and say, hey, have you ever done this paperwork before? What's section 3BF? How do I do the paperwork to sell my food to schools? So all of us need that more technical capacity.
Yes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Woo.
And also, could you tell them about the bulletin board?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yep.
I wondered if you knew exactly what the fair taxation conversation was.
Yeah, I wanted to put that in there. As many of you know, there's different interpretation of tax law, and in the last couple years, tax assessors have been reading the law differently, and buildings that have been taxed as agricultural are now taxed as commercial. And that's really a problem. So we have folks who put in a bathroom in their barn, and the barn that was just considered agricultural, it may be used for value added, so it may be used to make wine or cheese, but if you put in a bathroom and now the tax assessor looks at it and it's taxed commercial, and it's just exponentially higher. So that's just something we always have. I know you all have worked on that.
Why did it not come up this year? Did it come up last year?
It got tabled last year.
Why did it not come up this year? So it didn't even come up this year?
It was in the news, but it's wrong.
Okay. We talk.
So anyway, the farmers still care. So that's what I particularly was referring to. That's just something farmers say to me a lot. That they worry about that, obviously. Yeah, so 5 minutes. What else do you want to say? Well, you mentioned the bulletin board, just to let people know it's there.
Well, it's a big deal for farmers in Maryland. It's a much needed resource that's used a lot.
Sure. So, I mean, it's an online bulletin board. At our conference is a physical bulletin board. And so it's a place where farmers can go and they can, like I know someone posted they needed a BCS tractor. So they posted it on there and somebody else said, oh, I have one, So they can connect over equipment. A lot of times people find jobs there. You found your job there? Yes. Many people look there. So if you're looking for jobs in sustainable agriculture, we tend to be kind of a community gathering place. We do have a tool share too. I know we've talked about tool share in this organization. That it actually works. It's up. You can put stuff on it right now. It's like a live spreadsheet where farmers can post what they have, what they need. They can rent from each other. I have zero funding for it, so we haven't done a whole lot of promotion, but it's up and it exists, and we'd love to have that expand. But you know, farmers do tell us equipment is an issue, infrastructure is an issue. I do want to say a lot of good stuff is happening. Like the RFSI grant that MBA has facilitated through the federal government, that's great. Our farmers are excited. So this is money for, again, infrastructure. It could be for construction, it could be for equipment. They're not always grants from USDA for that. So that's been great. More of that, please, is what our farmers are saying. Leslie's talking about produce. I know one farmer who was working on a grant to get a mobile kitchen where a small group of farmers could have a place to just chop their vegetables to make it so they could sell it to the schools. That's a good thing. Small scale, our farmers are telling me that small scale aggregation and processing really can make a big difference. I know that Frederick County did a study recently on processing and if they need more processing, and found that Frederick County doesn't, but that regionally there is still a need for processing. So regional processing, like Beth said, would be helpful for our farmers to be able to help them access different markets. Yeah?
I was just noticing that there seems to be some entrepreneurship opportunities here, and has that been explored rather than getting government funding to do the local processing? Like that would be a great little business for somebody.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah.
There's other ideas like that like refrigerated trucks maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I think there's definitely an opportunity here. I'm very interested in talking further about that. That would be great. Our farmers, again, they emphasize markets. Like, it depends on the farmer. I talked to a farmer yesterday who said, oh my gosh, like I cannot keep up. People want CSAs like crazy. I've got markets calling me, they want me to come. And when I say markets, I do mean like economic markets, not farmers markets. Farmers need markets or they're not going to stay in the game, and then we're not going to have that stockpile of farmers in case of a shock. So we do need to continue to have markets for my farmers to sell their produce. I'm really excited about the work the school system is doing, but we really need a lot of investment to support that. I really, forgive my ignorance, I don't totally know how we do this, but I do feel like we need to incentivize food production. When we've had issues in the past, agriculturally as a nation, we talked about levers this morning. There are levers that you can switch. So we had the Dust Bowl, and NRCS was born. And we put major investments in to teach farmers how to do contour plowing, to teach farmers how to put in windbreaks. In this state, when it was obvious that there were huge issues with the Chesapeake Bay, we invested in it. And there are incredible incentives in this state, well, incentives and restrictions as well. But our farmers do take care of the bay. We made that happen because we invested in it seriously. So I do think that if we are serious about food crop farming, both for the economy and for emergency management, that's something that is going to take serious investment and planning. And I'm glad you all are here because I don't have all the answers, but I am happy to connect with farmers and work with you all to figure out how we make sure that there are markets, that there's enough facilities for farmers, and then that we can tie this all together.
Thank you, great.
Steve?
Just a quick question on water. The other day, farmers any other big trends?
I think the biggest trend that we see is there's actually more demand. Is that with the grocery retailers? Grocery retailers. A lot of people are actually giving up and trying to do local. So not to supply and
which is a good thing, for sure, but, you know, it's like 20 years that's been the case, which is more demand from supply, price. There are, you know, we had this issue this past year and by having apples, with supply of apples. The market is taking care of some of that, but there's still quite a bit. Still in storage from last year, and then nationwide there's a lot of storage. A lot of reasons that are local. So we're kind of working on prisons and more supply chain apples this year.
Is the neighborhood that wholesale application of the whole supply or production? Just about there.
Let's leave it to one more comment. I'm sorry for time. We're still going to hear from Beth. Sorry to interrupt. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't get it. I want to start. Sorry. One more comment on this, and I'll try not to push comments, but you know, talking about the local thing, going back, I think this is something we talk about tomorrow. I just want to put this out here. We don't have time to talk about this now. But you know, talking about fellowship, we talk about as well. Talk about what the term local is, right? And so what do we have a lot of? We have a lot of, for example, chickens, right? But when I go to Costco and I get a registered chicken, is it from Maryland? Is it not? When I go, so when we talk about local, I think local vegetables are really important. But you know, as we said, that's 3% of our production, right? And so what does it mean for local chickens? Well, it's Tyson, it's in Virginia, it's in Purdue, it's in Delaware. But how is that? So I think understanding, I think the conversation we start about local is really important. I know the delegates that just want to go back to that conversation. But I do think we need to think about chickens and not just, I agree, growing our produce is so important, right? And like that should be a huge focus of what we do, but I don't think we should ignore the chickens and figure out how that's part of our agricultural conversation as well.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you all for having me.
Or dairy. Or dairy. Or dairy, exactly. No, not just chickens, you're right.
I am the only thing standing between you and going over the Bay Bridge and Secretary Strickland's farewell words. So I'm Beth Brewster, Food Service Supervisor in Belleville County Public Schools. But what the presentation is going to see is the merge of the two between the public school system and also my nonprofit organization. I just want to show you my great logos. So our mission is to create healthy, economically stable families through these different avenues. And you guys can read, so I'm going to let you read them. But we've been pretty true to this mission. I started my nonprofit my 20th year this year. I know, so I was 15 when I started. So food access, we take a holistic approach to our community. Basically, what I like for people to do is to, and this is going to be a little,
Or just a little bit, they're having a hard time hearing you.
you want to hear?
Yeah, just the speaker.
You want to?
Yeah.
This one?
All right.
Sorry to block you. No, that's fine. So what we're doing, I really like for another district to come and see the pieces they need to take to their district, right? Like they don't need all of it. We just saw issues that need to be addressed in our community, and these are the things that we put in place to do it. So I really, after pandemic, I totally saw that we were the nutrition hub for our area. Like we were working with food pantries, we were working with food bank, we were working with different volunteer groups to distribute food out. So another need was storage, I found. Luckily, prior to the pandemic, we put up a 20 by 40 freezer for my use as a school district that farmers can use if they would like to. And we also, our food pantries use it when they get big bulk items in. Mobile units, I was at a conference and, you know, you always take something out of it. And this one woman from California got up, she goes, yeah, people couldn't get to us, so we went to them. And they had a bus that took fresh produce out in food desert areas. I'm like, you are brilliant, and I just stole your idea. Pantries, we work directly with our pantries. If we get donated foods in, that we share with them, if it's more for a family than it is for children. School food, summer food meals. I was told about when I first started 13 years ago as food service director, my budget, my revenue was $1.3 million, and now it is $5.8 million. And that's not with the change of students. That was more access to food, having universal breakfast and having better food at lunch to increase the participation, doing summer feedings and also after school feeding. Bread coin, is anybody familiar with bread coin? Okay, it's my new thing, and somehow I just can't find funding to get it started. Bread coin is a way to give with dignity. DC has it already. Richmond, it's a national program, Miami. They would like to partner with us to be the first rural area to do this, and basically give coins, and people can go in and order coffee or a sandwich of their choice. So you have to get the restaurateur to buy off on, or food trucks. We can purchase them, anybody can purchase them, and to patronize those restaurants. The one restaurant we visited in DC was a Mexican restaurant, and because of taking bread coins, she increased her revenues by $3,000 a month. For a small mom and pop shop, that's a lot. But we are, that's probably what I do in my retirement, gentlemen. So you have ambassadors, so you can give them to organizations that give them out, or you have ambassadors in the community. And the one gentleman I talked to said, you know what, I'm tired of people telling me what I need, because he's a lived experience person. And he's like, I like this because I can go down and say, oh, John, you look like you're down on your luck. Here's 3 bread coins. Why don't you get yourself a sandwich at the local restaurant? So bread coin does the finances on it. You have volunteers that go basically pick up the bread coin, count it, and then they deposit the money into the restaurateur's account. So it's a whole back thing to it too, but it's definitely legit. The gentleman started as an economist, so look further into bread coin. Don't take up all my time asking questions, because if I get buzzed out of here because of those girls. Okay, so here's our Go Mobile. So right, no access to fresh produce, so let's go to them. We buy as much local as we can during the summer, fall, winter. Walmart, we do get items from them, bananas, grapes, things we cannot get local. But so they can come on and shop. We are looking at getting SNAP, and I've been saying this for 2 years, and I apologize. They denied me twice. It takes a long time to fill out the application, but I'm on it. So we go to the community. We go to our food desert areas. We go to a lot of our subsidized senior housing that don't have access to get to the grocery store. Can you guys say, I'm sorry? So this is why mobile, and I did bring postcards with me. We do pass out postcards, but they can go online to see where the bus will be. So these are some of the things that we do. So I really do think this is giving us food equity and security in our region. And definitely our other vulnerable populations to me is our seniors. And I really found that during the pandemic. We actually, the school system, we delivered 380 seniors in our community during that time. Not knowing if we're going to be reimbursed, but it was important enough. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I know people are important because I'm going to be there soon. So the farm scripts was really interesting. That was, we worked with community, Top 10 Community Health, which is in all of our school systems for wellness. And they asked if they could do farm scripts. They wrote a grant to No Kid Hungry. They got $25,000 in farm scripts, gave them out to the kids, and then the kids could shop and get produce off of the bus. So we found $20 for a kid was a lot, so we had little bags for them, and then they could pick 2 fruit. I always like the fun story of the little boy that picked up the acorn squash, and we're like, what are you going to do with that? And he goes, I don't know, but it looks really cool. And University of Extension, we work very closely with their their nutrition, so they had recipes for us to give out with the bags. And we have companies that are having the bus come and giving vouchers to their employees for their wellness incentives. So it's helping with sustainability of the bus. Yeah.
Can you somewhere you can see there?
Not yet. What are you doing? You can write my application. So this is just a picture. This is what we did for the produce day. And there's Holly Foster. Gabby, did you see Holly? Holly used chapel cheeses. Anybody remembers? Yep, unpasteurized cheese. Okay, so partnerships, we partner with the library for free books off those, Shop Tank Health, our local farms, University Maryland Extension with recipe cards, education materials. The buses also, we're working with Shop Tank Health, they have a mobile wellness unit now, so they'll be following us during the summertime when we go for our, we are non-congregate meals because our whole county is rural, so I can ride down the street and go, have a meal. So we're working with these different agencies to bring some activity to it as well. So again, pictures of our kids. This, again, it's fine. And I have 2 more buses. Maryland Department of Transportation donated that bus. They gave me a crappy bus the first time. That first one's falling apart. So when I called the governor's office and said, hey, I'm going for 2 more buses, can they be in good shape? And they were in great shape when we got them. So one, we're going to do another farmer's market bus because we've been going into Dorchester County because they're just as poor as us. We're the 3rd poorest county. They're the 2nd poorest county. We do hit Talbot County. There's senior housing, and then there's one street, Ray Street in Cambridge. Everybody's familiar with it. It is a poverty-stricken area. So these were different funding sources for it. Rural Maryland Council, it's been huge. Our local government board, private funders, No Kid Hungry, and foundations, No Kid Hungry, got us attached to a lot of corporate businesses also. And the second bus I forgot to do is going to be a cafe where the kids can come sit in a climate-controlled environment to have their summer meal. So we're going to deck it out like a 50s diner. So this is what the farm strip looked like. So we have a central backpack program because we found about prior to the pandemic was our kids were getting, some schools had backpack programs for the weekends, some did not, some were through the church, some were teachers. So we were like, you know what, we just need to make this centralized. So we, Board of Education allowed us to finish, they had a pavilion, open pavilion, they allowed us to finish it off. No Kid Hungry again helped us with that. And so we have volunteers that come in and pack the bags and they go out to all 9 schools. And then we have a weekend backpack ambassadors at each school that pass them out. So we try to get it as help, work with Maryland Food Bank. I'm going to give that to you, Meg. We're part of their program for this after school, for this weekend endeavor. So another part of our world is we work with Midshore Regional Council for economic development. You can't really fight that poverty ring until you start addressing hunger issues, job opportunities, things like that. So working with our farmers for school procurement, diversifying their crops, climate controlled growing. We just had a little conversation down there. My prediction is in 30 years we'll be like the Netherlands and doing climate controlled growing. So we have started working with chicken farmers. There's 1,500 vacant poultry houses on the Delmarva. Not all operational, but we worked with the University of Delaware to abate the houses to get out the bacteria so that she could grow into them. So the farmer we worked with, we did spirulina in one of the houses. Everybody knows anything about spirulina, blue algae. Superfood, 1 tablespoon a day can prevent malnutrition in a child. Not hunger, but malnutrition, which is huge. If we could ever get that in a nugget and a kid could take 1 a day, would make my life actually. So we also did another house with mushrooms, nutraceutical mushrooms, lion's mane.
because there's a high market value for that. And does anybody do the legal mushrooms? Because they're good, because they're great for you. Clarity, I mean, you can talk this fast and everything else. So anyways, we're trying licensing, it's going great, and that farmer who was about to lose her farm due to the chicken contract being pulled from her is now viable because she has these diversified crops. Working with composting, I'll get into a little bit later. Shannon, my composting queen over there. Waterman, I've been working with a group, blue catfish. My frustration's become an obsession with the blue catfish and trying to get them out. So we're seeing Waterman, Nick Hargrove we've been working with, the Tillman Island Seafood, and he's seeing younger fishermen come to the table for this which is going to be a new brand of seafood for the Bay. And the market creation there's a higher demand for them now. We were just talking about processing again, is that now we have the Waterman, we have the market, can't extend out the market to some of the bigger buyers because we don't have the processing. And the research I did said that for invasives, it needs a processing plant just for that invasive. That's all they're doing 24/7. And then we work with food-based entrepreneurs at the Culinary Center. We have a commercial kitchen incubator where people can come use our kitchen for their health-approved product. We have 14 food trucks working out of that facility right now. And we have 6 food-based entrepreneurs working out of there right now. We've outgrown the space because it's a multi-use space, so we would like to find another location that was solely for commercial kitchen incubator. And we do culinary training too. And these are about this is our spirulina. That's what it looks like. This are the mushrooms. Economic boost for the region, help to brand it. We've had farmers in to see it. And working out how to get them funding to abate their houses and to get the system into place. The catfish. So we, for 2 years, we've been working with trying to get a child nutrition label for the blue catfish cake. USDA has strict restrictions, as I said, on the sodium levels, and it has to be a 2 meat alternative, meaning it has to be 2 ounces of meat in it. So finally, after I think 4 visits from USDA to the manufacturing plant, we finally have a child nutrition label. Yay! I was telling everybody, did they come yet? Did we get it yet? So they just ordered the plates to be able to make the cakes. I don't know if anybody's got to taste them yet. Has anybody been able to taste the fish cake? Huh? No, they weren't, but thank you for having them do that. That was totally for me. So the blue catfish is not a bottom dweller. I like to try to educate everybody on it. So it's a delicious fish. Nutritious, has a lot of benefits to it. I think it should be part of our food resiliency plan because we have so many of them. And then the harm reduction on the ecological systems of the Bay and tributaries. If you don't know, they can grow up to 100 pounds, they live 20 years, and they eat almost everything. They found wood ducks in them. One Facebook post, guy found 14 baby crabs in them. So they will have an impact on our $3 billion seafood industry in the Bay if we don't try to get them under control, because they breed like crazy.
And I was also a question, so those molds, are those what you're using just with your local production at your facility, or is this being used somewhere else at a processing facility?
So the process, no, we'll be able to sell this fish cake nationally. So Virginia is very interested. We're working with Bay to Tray out of California. They're working with the state of Virginia. They have gotten a grant to get more local seafood into more seafood into schools.
So what is being processed where? Our processing plant?
So the fish is being processed at Tillman Island, and then it's being shipped to York, Pennsylvania for the manufacturing of the cake.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, couldn't find anybody here. I tried.
See previous slide.
Yeah. So just supply side, outreach strategies that include outreaching to state local watermen, educational resource strategies, trying to educate our students on the buying local. We have, and we'll see it in a minute, but just, why it is important to focus locally on your food sources. Event strategies with this, educational, we did animated film. I think we did send out at one point Buster the Blue Catfish, just kind of with all the details. We're going to make a book for students out of that. So when we roll out the fish cake, we can roll out that book to educate them on it as well. So military, working right now with getting rewording for the, because right now the military, the wording for the procurement is farm raised, to include wild caught catfish in that as well. 2021 with the 20% procurement for institutions, Delegate Shakouter put in for invasives out of the Chesapeake Bay to be put into that procurement as well. So it could be included in the 20% along with produce, which I think is huge. And these are all the markets. Mark Powell has Matt Scale now doing the marketing. Him and Kristen are knocking it out of the park. And educate our consumers, that's delicious. So, I'm sorry. Hurry me along, I'm good with it. We talked about farm to freezer. Eastern Shore Entrepreneur Center is working with a private distributor down on the Eastern Shore to look at IQFing produce, local produce, to get back into the school systems and into retail stores. I'm hoping we hit up Dollar Generals because they're everywhere. Isn't it amazing? They're like in the middle of a cornfield and you're thinking, who's going there? But if we could have little freezers with locally sourced frozen food in there, I think would be incredible. So anyway, Michigan has a farm to freezer program. That's what we're kind of modeling this after. And we did visit the one up in Massachusetts as well. Not sure if you know, but the state of Maine is focused on berries. When you look at the back of items, it's like, oh, blueberries from Maine. They advertise blueberries from Maine on the ingredients. I'm like, ooh, that's brilliant. Anyway, next I'll go to Maryland Muffin Program. So this is my beautiful storage facility. Every food service director comes to visit me. I say, look at my beautiful facility. And if a pandemic comes, come to me because I got the food. So we put in all these for emergency supply to have it, and I mean, we rotate it out all the time, but we're very well stocked.
How did you fund this?
I funded that through the equipment grant from MSD from the federal government. So this was funded from that.
What was the price tag on that facility?
That was $130,000 for that. And who knew you had to put a slurry underneath the cement? I learned so much.
What about the operating costs?
Operating costs?
Operating costs, because you have electricity running all the time.
Yeah. Pay the bill? I don't know. What are you saying? What are you saying, Jay?
The range of the operating costs.
You know, this is in the warehouse for the whole school. So I probably couldn't pull that out, to be quite honest. I probably could with kilowatts and things like that. That's a good question if somebody ever wanted to put one in. You're on it. Don't yuck my yum. So Caroline Culinary Arts Center, so Chesapeake Culinary Center, the nonprofit 20 years ago. When I moved to Caroline County, my background is hospitality. I moved there was no culinary arts program in the high schools. So my background, you know, next to the government, hospitality is the #2 employer in the United States. So we're asking for tourism to come, but we don't have a workforce to give to the businesses. So we worked out of every church kitchen, and then we finally ended up at the volunteer firehouse to start the program for the high school. So I ran it for a year and a half, became a viable program. The school system picked it up. And then once this building was done, which took me 10 years, 14 different funding sources in that building,
But this is where the high school kids come. So that was the original high school for Caroline County, built in 1901, vacant 20 years, bell tower had fallen through, 99 bags of backwater we took out of it. And if you went in there today, you would never know. It's a beautiful facility with 3 kitchens. So we have a community kitchen piece to that. And we have where lunch came from today was Short Gourmet, this little market. And we have local product in there for purchase as well. So it's a living classroom for us. The high school students work out there. We have Wednesday night meals, low cost, using as much local as we can in them, that people can purchase for 5 or 2 people, put them in the oven, and they have dinner in 45 minutes. But the students work with those. And then we also have frozen meals that we did all through the pandemic. Our kids just didn't get shelf stable. My girls were actually putting together frozen meals for them to put into the oven or the microwave. We put out to everyone to make sure they had a way of heating it. If not, we purchased 2 microwaves for family households so they could heat the food. Things we think, and we're like, but maybe they're not. So anyway, so if you're good at Denton, come visit us. Okay.
You already did.
I know, not everybody did. Okay, so Caroline County Public Schools, we're gonna roll into this really quickly, 13 years, well-fed kids, happy kitchens. If anybody's been in food services with women, a lot of women, you want happy kitchens, trust me. So what we do, we process 10 to 15,000 pounds of local produce in the summertime. My girls are 10-month employees. Most of them are the working poor, right? Because they don't work full time. They're only making a little over minimum wage. So they can come and go as they want for hours. And they, and I'm sorry for the other people had this presentation, 4 weeks ago at Shannon's. But we take uglies and herbages, we purchase from our local hydroponic, our lettuces, we work with the ag class, we purchase their pigs, kind of like the 4-H thing. We purchase them from them, have them slaughtered, and then put them back into the school system. 30 bushels of apples, and then we serve. We were serving the muffin, but it was too dry, and we had to figure out the formula because the kids weren't eating it. But apple cider donuts, that is from the Blades farm. She sells them at farmer's market, so we helped her do a recipe to be approved from the USDA. So that one item, those 3,500 donuts I buy a month, is probably her mortgage for the month. So one item for me, mortgage for her. So cafeterias, so we are community eligibility provisions. So we have universal breakfast and lunch now. This is our first year. Ooh, we're very happy, yes. So we have, so we took some of the funding we had from CARE and we redid our lines. We put in cold wells so that we could have fresh fruit and veggie bars. Our students actually serve themselves. And everybody's like, oh, how they do it? Well, you know what? If you teach them, they'll figure it out. We teach buffet etiquette. We teach them how to go through and not put their hands or their head under. Sometimes we have kids take too much, and you're like, come back. If you want more, come back. So, you know, they learn. Trust me, they learn. We have limited fillers on our protein. Our burgers are all meat. We don't have any soy injected. They do mushroom injection now, which intrigues me, but not too much allergen. So the only thing I'm really ashamed of is we still have the chicken patty. And if you know about Caroline County, we had the chicken patty manufacturer burn, and we couldn't get them for 2 months. I had children calling me and like threatening my life. They're like, Miss Beth, when are you getting that chicken patty back? So anyway, still serve the chicken patty. But we do try to do whole muscle on the chicken that we do use. And dispensed milk, we have all bulk milk now. We don't use containers during the school year. I mean, during the lunch, we do have to at breakfast in the classroom. There's no other way to get down. And again, everybody's like, oh, how can elementary school child go and get their milk? Well, I had this little boy, it was like this high. He hiked himself up and he got his milk and he hopped down. I was like, oh, he's done that before. And he didn't spill a drop. So it has not been a problem, cut down on waste. It tastes better, the kids like it. It's just been a great program for us. Farm to trade, trade to farm, all the time. We do our farm to school week, but we do it throughout the school year. We do harvest of the month or the week. We do fruit infused water, and I'll show it to you in a little while. And I actually got that from Chef Ann Foundation. We actually got a technical assistant grant to go to Boulder, and I thought, how easy is that? You give it to dispensers, you throw in some basil and strawberries, and the kids go home and say, Mom, can I have spa water? I mean, really. So, and then we started our composting program. It hasn't gone as far as I like just because of staffing and some other hiccups. Waste reduction on the line. We talk about taking what you're going to eat, right? We talk about mindful eating, and isn't that beautiful? And I see, that's why I understand why all of our kids can eat this way. Like, it baffles my mind. So the kids just take what they want. There's our water. Use paper cups with it. Variety of choices. Because when the Healthy Hunger Free Act, everybody had their bowl of apples, and the kids have to take half cup of fruit or vegetable. And my ladies were going, take your fruit, take your fruit. The kids were taking the apple, the big bowl right there, and they were going out and throwing it away. I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. Let's put a variety out there. They're gonna find something they want. So the bulk milk program, this is what it looks like. Chef Ann Foundation has a grant out right now to help you purchase equipment. Composting in schools. So we didn't have a composter that would pick up. We do now, New Grounds Composting. He was doing residential, were his first commercial. Shannon found him for me because I had no idea. So we're working on signage, buckets, staff training, storage, pickup, messaging to the parents, and education for students. I got a small grant from Rural Maryland Council to hire a marketing firm to help us with that. I'm hoping this package the other districts will want to take. Shannon has been instrumental in helping me get this program off the ground. This particular school, Greensboro Elementary School, was doing, we're doing feeding pigs in the beginning. So we do have pink buckets, and I called everybody I knew about a permit. Nobody called me back. Nobody called me back. So apparently I have to have a permit, but they're not eating pigs. They're not eating pigs. But so after costing this out and running this program, it's very intensive. So I calculated that it's going to cost me just to run this program and all 9 of my schools $130,000 extra a year to do that. But these are the kids sorting out for the pigs. There's the breeding pigs that they've been feeding. In school gardens, we tried gardens outside. If that teacher left, the garden went to shambles. And then my maintenance guys would get mad and they would mow it over. So it was a very contentious relationships going on. So actually we worked with Farming for Hunger, if anybody is familiar with them down in Calvert County. He's the one that started these, and it's been great. So we put them back in after the pandemic. So there's 1 to 3 in each school of these hydroponic. That's what they look like. We have them at the library, the community centers. We get sponsorships from our local businesses a year. My staff that's on the bus, they're our farm to school people. They take care of these, make sure the mineral content is good, but we have a tower keeper at each school. And then they do nutrition, science learning in it, and introduction to culinary and ag education on them as well. It's been kind of cool what they've been doing with them. So the kid gets to see the product grow, because usually the gardens are growing when they're really not in school. So 4 to 5 weeks, low maintenance, so weed growing all the time. They're portable, we can just put them one place on wheels, no cranky maintenance people, and very calming for kids. A lot of schools are using them as a calming mechanism for kids that get upset in their classroom to go out because of the water and that type of thing. So these are all the posts that we have and the cool things that they've been doing with them. So this is we had sub days, so we had the lettuce on them, taco day, they had cilantro that they cut up for it. So the kids are eating what they're growing. There's my infused water. So they've been growing stuff on the tower garden to put into the spa water. Art class, They were very interested, they started doing the impressions with the leaves, and now they're growing items that they can make dye with. Lavender, there's a couple other items they're using. In-class salad parties, so parents are bringing in vegetables and they're doing salad parties instead of pizza parties. Give me the questions, let's do it.
I would just like to say, I think you're awesome. I mean, I wish that.
Let's start off, I have a fabulous team behind all this, like a fabulous team that buys off on our community and our kids. So, yes?
So another comment and question. I think Mr. Secretary Strickland, like when we read the 1, 3 measures, his food initiative, that all of us think in that. And we also read like many mountain where we can find lots of food desert. And also you explain very well like we are distributing summer free meal or winter free meal, so on and so forth. We citizens living the highest and the richest nation on earth is still expecting whether I am getting, whether that will be someone giving me a meal or free or not. This is, we have been not very pleasant, right? So, I don't think we have already have a plan, otherwise we will develop our such problem. We should not like wait someone waiting for a meal to survive. We can do all this with this. So if we have to develop a strategy, we should really work on that.
I think that's very much what we need to discuss tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think it's really kind of setting the direction for the future with some focus and some out there, but it is really trying to accomplish. And again, keeping in mind that we're advisory about it. So we would be using a report that would advise not only the administration, but the legislature to help. But I think we need to make it consistent to, we're what we are on the state level. What is there at every individual level? And how can that be a groundswell?
So I would say that challenge of food insecurity is very complicated, very multi-layered. It's different in rural and suburban and urban areas, but it's everyone at this table is working to address it individually, organizationally, and together we work on it. But I don't want to pretend that we solve it. I think what we're all trying to do is figure out the best ways to solve that problem. And we welcome your engagement in that. I don't think there's a single solution. I think every day, every one of us thinks about what progress we can make. We didn't get here in one day. We're not going to solve this.
But I think like we talk a lot about we have my personal belief. I don't know whether it's true or not. But otherwise, like we have capability, we have manpower, we have expertise, we have monetary resources. But the problem is still among us, in our community everywhere. So
was just gonna build on your comment that, the level of need in our state is at the highest, it's as high as it's ever been in this century. And there are a lot of solutions, we've heard a lot of ideas here today. I think there are a couple of things that I'm more excited about coming out of today than I was maybe coming into today. One is what you're saying, Secretary Strickland, and talking with some of the other staff on really the commitments working at the systems level on how do we solve the reason that people are food insecure, because the answer is not food or more food or different kind of food. The answer is that and a lot of other things that we have to put into play. And so the other thing, well, I have two things to say that I would, well, one thing I would do that, but one of the other side conversations we have a lot is around the ability to partner. So what we can do at the Maryland Food Bank, or what other organizations can do, is 1 + 1 = 2, but if we start to think about it as 1 + 1 = 3, that's the opportunity. And that's still within an advisory council. It doesn't mean we can't come up with ideas for a partner, or even foster partnerships is what we take out. So I think that's an important way to get there. And then the other thing I want to say is your quote is hysterical because as alone you have done so much, right? As an individual, and I know you have a team behind you, a team beside you and all that, but I think you're an inspiration in the sense that, you know, one person's dedication and commitment can drive change. And when you take the time to build a relationship and take others along and bring other people in partnership, there's a whole other level of as well.
We took the bus up to Annapolis for Maryland Day, and when the Baltimore County delegates got on, he goes, "Why don't I have a bus like this in my county?" I said, "Because you don't have me." Just because he was so like offended. I was like, you know, I mean, it's just a matter of right, it's finding the resources. I can put it out to as many people and just share it, but if they don't take the lead, you know, I can't, you know, make them, unfortunately. Yes, Ms. Grace?
Just the through line that I've noticed today as we travel being on this council, I mean, we have had presentations about the absolutely scandalously high levels of hunger in Maryland. Yeah, you guys spoke my entire world is kind of common, but but today we've been talking. Leslie said one thing that struck me was when you invest in schools, you're investing in emergency preparedness. The schools really did become feeding centers during COVID. And that is feeding kids and families in really, really unique ways. Again, my farmers are looking for markets and looking for ways to partner with the system. So it seems to me that, and when I was a teacher, you learn that one of the most, at least at the time I left, the most effective intervention to raise test scores was when Baltimore City started feeding breakfast. And so it just strikes me that feeding kids
That quick question from the big picture, which I appreciate most of the people were talking to the background specific. I appreciate your now session with the catfish. What happens to the fish that gets thrown back? And you know, it's above 30 inches and 31 inches gets thrown back, right?
So did you have to bring that up? So that's always my question to the table is what are we doing with the big ones? What are we doing with the big ones? So we sent it to a composter because everyone talks about the toxicity level of the fish. So we took it to, because every time I said, oh, we can make fertilizer, like, oh, you can't put that in the ground, it has toxins. So we took it to a gentleman on Eastern Shore does fertilizer, and he's a biologist, and he said, this stuff is great. He said, by the time it mixes with everything, the toxin levels are nil, and it's a great nitrogen. So I feel that we can give back to our farmers. Fertilizer has gone up 3 times the amount since the Ukrainian war. Is like, we could be really self-sufficient here in Maryland if we were taking the big blues and help and give them to our composters to put in for fertilizer. That's what I think. Because it's every time I'm like, okay, so what are we doing with the big ones? What are we doing with the big ones? That's my question all the time. So MDA has reached out to a lot of fertilizing companies to try to get that marriage together. So I think there's good things coming ahead to that. And plus the Asian market likes big fish. Do you know what I mean? We just got to establish that Asian market. toxins, contaminants don't scare them. They just don't. Yeah.
I just want to commend you because I am just so inspired about all your phenomenal ideas and I keep thinking like you said, you know, Baltimore, like other people are like, wow, how come we don't have this, right? And also to some of the other points that I've heard about partnerships, and yes, we were here as a, you know, to do recommendations. And I am also seeing a lot of potentials for other partnerships. Maybe, you know, the food produce bus, like that could be a business, you know? I mean, in New York City, a lot of food produce stands, just like people sell hot dogs and sell burgers, right? And so I'm wondering if it makes sense to try and come up with some collaborative, even if it's just a Google Doc where people put in ideas for partnerships, you know, just because you're technically or official, you know, officially we're just making recommendations, but unofficially there's so much potential here. Is there a way that we can make this more systematic so that we can say like, oh, I wonder if someone else in this room is working on this idea, or how will we know? Like I was saying that we're talking about capital processing, and now I find out that you all are like working on some, you know, and more end markets, which is amazing. And I'm wondering if there's other things that I could do, or Commerce could do, or maybe other people in the school could do to help move some of these things along, and if they find some way to centralize that.
Are you charging for your food on the bus?
I do.
Oh, you do, okay. Market rate or?
No, just 5% over costs until we can get SNAP on the bus. They won't recognize it as a farmer's market because it's on wheels.
Is that the issue with the SNAP registration?
Apparently I'm not filling out the application right, and it keeps throwing it back at me. I'm like, John, you better be feeding my people.
It's always a little thing.
It's always a little thing, so. Anything else? I think you all are wonderful. You want to get back to
that I just like, you were just saying like that's what the subcommittees are for. Yes, and that is in my impression has been more focused on legislative recommendations. So again, I think there's also in between like distribution and production, like there are different subcommittees that they work on.
That's why I asked to go last when I did Shannon's food. Thank you. I went first, and then the policymakers went after me. I thought it was better for people to see the policies and then boots on the ground. You know how some of that gets put into practice. You know.
I will say generally that as we go speak about basic food across the nation, there are really a lot of progress that understands, and they're still struggling markets-wise for schools, trying to figure out all these different gaps. So, and I think we're making progress. So I don't want to say that we're not. I think that's one of the things that I've heard is, oh, how is this happening? And I am pushing it back to, well, we have, this is the Resiliency Council, and there's lots of different pieces. And in regards to what Dr. was saying earlier, the farm community, like, there's so many programs, and it is overwhelming, especially if you're a startup or if you are a farmer, like a smaller entity, where there are larger folks that have lots of staff. Right? This is equivalent to myself in my role, and then other states that have 24 or 150 people who do it in their state. But we are working towards like meeting all those different things. It's just about networking among those spaces. Hopeful that this will continue with the policies to move forward.
And I think to jump off that, I think one of the things that you've done pretty well is just going out with the strengths, right? You know, as we said, you're a great writer. And none of this would be, and I think that this is important because I think whether we're talking about the farmers or not knowing where to go, and our CS applications seem too difficult, and you really, it's like there's resources there, but it's the time, the personnel, and the capacity to do it.
Absolutely.
And, you know, so I mean, it's.
And these grants are hard.
But it's hard to replicate, right?
Because the grant process is hard. Like you have to have someone that's a good writer, not necessarily even have the passion, but is a good writer and can do the key words
and things like that. Like I know some farmers who put in application after application to USDA, but never get it because they don't have the buzzwords, they don't have the right measurables, or, you know what I mean? So it's, yeah, it's hard.
This is more of an observation, I think, than a question, but I've had the pleasure of getting to learn more about your work for a long time. And I think it just is a good tie-in to our conversation tomorrow and the digging into the work that we do as a council, because I think your work so exemplifies systems-based thinking that I think so often in food, we're thinking through, are we supporting farmers? Are we fighting hunger? Are we promoting economic development? Are we addressing education? And can easily get stuck in those silos. But the reality is, especially as we're coming into a space where we have fewer financial resources, we need to do all those things at the same time and carry all those perspectives at once. And I think that's a really unique and important role of the council specifically, is to look at all those things at the same time and find strategies that check all of those boxes simultaneously. And so I think that is more challenging, but it also means that we can tap into different resources, because some funds are for farmers, but you can still use those resources to support anti-hunger initiatives and vice versa. So anyway,
I figured it out. I'm dumb enough to not think it can't work. So I don't ever think anything. I just like, okay, we have a problem. What do you think? What should we do to fix it? So, hey, we've had failures, trust me.
So with that, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I think Heather had that was a really good comment to segue us to end today in preparation for tomorrow, where your new team will take the lead, and also talking about your priorities discussion and recentering the conversation within this group. So I will hand it over to Secretary Strickland to close us out, and thank you all for coming.
I would like to echo, again, thank you for the presentation. It was not one of the presentations I didn't pick up on. There wasn't one place. So I think that's all important. I think it was really important is back in, going to do a legislative brief and kind of talk about the statute bylaws of the organization, the acronyms, and really get into led by the new folks who will be taking over administratively and far where you can go and how you can go. And managing your expectations to realizing it. Advisory groups do a lot, but they can only do so much. So with that, make sure it's good and clear what it is we can take forward to the administration or I want to thank each and every one of you again. It's great. Do a wonderful job. I appreciate it. I will be calling in for more afternoon. I'll probably be calling in for two. But I've got some presence. All right. If there are any questions or comments from me before we head out? Well, those of you who have to go back to the heavily populated areas of the state, traffic, I'm going to be one of them. I feel sorry for us. For those of you who need to go that way, let's go. But anyway, thank you very, very much for your time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you guys so much. You've done an exceptional job.